Hello everyone, welcome on in. So we are going to be watching the last quarter of play, fourth quarter, so segment 7 and 8, boards 31, well I guess 32 now, through 60 of the US women's team trials for USA1. So whichever one of these teams, Cole or Cappelletti, ends up winning this match, they will be the top-seeded U.S. team going into the World Championships. Coming up soon, I really should figure out when this is actually being played. I guess it's probably going to be like next month, maybe. That's possible. But then the loser is not exactly out yet. They will have an opportunity to come back and take on the winner of the USA1 semifinal that's going on right now. Baker versus Wittes. Actually, it might have been over. I think I may have seen a withdrawal from Wittes. So whoever loses this match will be taking on Baker, I think, in the USA2 women's final. And Baker's a very formidable team, so I'm sure Baker was a little disappointed about their placement coming out of the round robin, or whatever it was that gave them seeding assignments in the match. But they'll have another opportunity to redeem themselves, and that match will be starting up tomorrow. The USA1 senior final is going on now as well. That is between Goodman and Hammond, I think. So we saw Goodman versus someone yesterday. I'm blanking. Goodman versus Wolfson yesterday. Wolfson and Lal are playing in the USA2 semifinal. So those are the four teams that are still alive in contention for the 2 spots in the seniors event. But okay, let's take a look at what's going on in this match. Looks like we're almost completely mirrored in terms of the play in both rooms. Declare appearing to make 2 spades in one room, but went down in the other. I did not see the play, but looks like Declare was facing a bit of a difficult spade fit. And I will note the score. So Cole is currently ahead by 32, but yesterday, when I was looking at this match, I think Cappelletti had a large lead, so it looks like Cole has battled their way back into currently a pretty dominant position, but still a lot of bridge to be played. But I guess we can pick up the action now that I've gotten the announcements over with. So East in the blue room has opened a just generic, like could be balanced, no trump, 1 club. This is a pretty popular treatment. They're doing it in both rooms, so that's kind of nice. So this is, actually, I'm not certain about this. It is fairly common to have 1 club show 2 or more, and 1 diamond show 4 or more, but it's also fairly common to just open 1 club with all balanced hands if you're playing a strong no trump. So all of your weak no trumps go into the spid, and have 1 diamond show specifically an unbalanced hand if you're weak. Okay, a bit of a divergence in the decision making between the West hands. I actually really like what West has done in the blue room, taking the auction a little slower rather than just jumping to 3 no trump, especially when you have such tenuous major suits. The opponents are very likely to lead a major against the auction 1 club 3 no, and if your partner's major suit stopper is not particularly good, then maybe you have a better spot to play. I'm a little confused as to the way the auction has developed in the blue room. So after 1 club, 2 clubs, just some sort of inverted, apparently game-forcing raise of clubs, East with stoppers in both majors, and I mean, I think more importantly, a minimal balanced hand elected to bid 3 clubs, and I don't think that's a very descriptive bid on the East cards. I think I would personally have bid 2 no, or maybe systemically I would bid 3 no, depending on what our conventional agreements are. So over 3 clubs, I mean, West did something that looks reasonable to me, 3 diamonds. And once again, East elected not to look for no trump. And I think this is kind of a big mistake in evaluation on the East hand, where she has this balanced hand, but for whatever reason, she's looking to play in a clubs contract rather than angle for 9 tricks and no trump. So 3 spades, you know, it comes back to West. West is probably sitting here pretty happy with herself the way the auction's developed. She was able to game force. She didn't like go too quickly and jump to 3 no trump. She's now diagnosed from her perspective that they have a heart problem. But little does she know, partner's sitting over here with ace third. And so she, over 3 spades, elects to bid 4 clubs. I mean, what else can she do? 4 hearts by East at Cupid. At this point, the auction's gone a little bit off the rails, which is probably means they're not going to get to a great contract ultimately. But East elects to Cupid 4 hearts, double by South. A little strange because South is going to be on lead. And yeah, double by South, pass, redouble, showing first round control. And look, hey, I don't think I can blame West for the 6 club bid. Partner showed first round heart control. To me, given the way the auction has tempoed out, I would honestly expect that East has a heart void from West's seat. And so West is probably thinking I have no heart losers. It looks like I have no club losers because partner, you know, opened a club and then rebid 3 clubs. Should have at least a 5-card suit over here. Ace, king, third of diamonds is probably working. Yeah, 3 small spades isn't great, but maybe if I can hold the spade losers to 1, we'll be able to make our slam. So, anyway, they're in 6 clubs. This is not going to be a great contract. Let's look in the green room at how 3 no is doing. Well, Declare is in a position where she can make 3 no if she guesses the queen of clubs. I don't exactly know how the play is developed. And I'm also a little concerned about why we cash the ace of hearts here. That feels a little strange to me. Because now when we run the jack of clubs to North, North's just going to claim the rest of the tricks. So keeping that ace of hearts was going to offer us a little bit of protection, and I don't think there was really any reason to do it. So 3 no went down 3. I mean, I didn't really take a good look at the play. It does seem as if Declare could have taken 5 tricks outside of the club suit, ace king of spades, ace king of diamonds, ace of hearts, and collected 3 club tricks even if she had misguessed the queen of clubs. So a little bit weird to me the way that hand played out in the green room, which is going to be a huge sigh of relief to the Cole team since, you know, they had this disaster in the blue room where they get to 6 clubs, and with mirror distribution, I mean, there's just absolutely nothing that Declare can do. All right, well, let's take a look at the green room, board 34. We get a no trump opener in the south, 14 count. Might depend on your range, but I think some people would just always upgrade this into 15 to 17 no trump. Transfer to spades from the north hand, and south completes the transfer. So Emma's going to need to be thinking about, you know, potential slams depending on the range that her partner could hold for this bid. But she elects to just jump to 4 spades as a mild slam try. If she was only interested in playing in game, she could have just Texased into 4 spades. She might have had other options available to her. Like some people might have played 4 clubs as some sort of generic slam try, as opposed to a splinter specifically. Well, 4 spades mild slam try. Looks like north-south can make 12 tricks on this lead. A diamond lead, I think, would have been required to defeat 6 spades. Otherwise, Declare is able to set up the heart suit for diamond discards. And Declare will have to guess the spade suit. But my suspicion is that it looks pretty natural to win the ace of clubs, play a spade to the king, play a spade to the ace, take heart, finesse. Declare is eventually going to make, it looks like, 10 tricks on that line. West can win the heart king, put a diamond through, and East will be able to ruff the 3rd round of hearts to cash a diamond. So that's my suspicion. And no imp swung, despite getting to 6 clubs and sailing off 3. But it's very possible that East-West in the blue room are gonna have mentally chalked up a game swing loss on that board. Which I'd say in the 7th segment, probably not that concerning from their perspective. They're still just going to come into these 15 boards and play the best bridge that they can, and they will reevaluate once they see the scorecard at the end of this set. But we'll see if North-South in the blue room take the same sort of approach. North has a bunch of options available to her over a no trump, as I've already mentioned. She could just Texas transfer into 4 spades, or, which is what she elects to do. One no in this room, notably 14 to 16, which might have affected North's decision. I think I like looking for a slam. One of the things that 2 hearts has going for it is that partner with 4-card trump support might find a super accept, and now when we have a 10-card spade fit, slam becomes much more possible with partner's good spade holding being, say, king 4th. Then we could have 0 losers with partner being required to have only 3 high card points in the spade suit, and something like 12 high card points outside. So I think I like Emma's approach, even though there's the possibility of this 14 to 16 no trump playing a bit of a factor. 4 spades does make 10 tricks in the green room, and we'll hop over there to board 35, because I suspect Joanne Weingold in the blue room will take a very similar approach. So pass by South. We'll see if East-West like opening these 11s, second seat red. They do. So Kristen Ansgaard opens a club on her cards, and North has 16 count, club stopper. No reason to do anything other than overcall on no trump. And we'll see if East has anything fancy available to her. I know some people will play like 2 clubs shows both majors in this spot. I don't think East really has the shape for it. Most often, especially vulnerable, you would want to have 5-4 or 5-5 in the major suits to make a bid like that. Kind of thinking along the lines as if you had just overcalled a no trump in the first place. You would want to have 5-4 or 5-5. So no trump passes out, and Emma, being not vulnerable, is not going to be particularly afraid of going down a large number of tricks. Also, it looks like after this heart lead, she's going to start out with 6 top tricks, 4 spades, king of hearts, ace of clubs. The most likely way for her to collect an extra trick would be probably to use the spade ace entry to take a diamond finesse. And I think that's probably what she'll try. There's no guarantee from the way the first heart trick went that East has the heart ace. A strong defender in the West seat would play the jack from ace jack third, at least some of the time in this position. But I do think it's likely that diamond to the king is still going to be Declare's best hope for a 7th trick, so she plays a diamond to the king. We'll probably see a claim fairly soon. It's hard to imagine scoring any extra tricks with the North cards. So play in the blue room in 4 spades developed, much along the same lines that I had mentioned earlier. East was able to rough in on the 3rd round of hearts, cash the diamond, and Declare has the rest of the tricks. Well, it looks like Emma is playing the hand out. This is the point in time where the defense just has to start pitching winners because all of their cards are high. So one no does make. We do see a similar start to the auction in the blue room, but we have this kind of special alert on 1 club, 2 or more. We'll see if Autumn takes a different view of what to do over no trump. I mean, East has a hand where she probably wants to act in some fashion, looking for a fit in one of her 3 suits, but it's a little difficult. You don't really have anything available. So I did kind of mention some people do play this little 2-club gadget showing both majors, and I talked a little bit about it. This isn't really the shape you want to do it with. It's very scary to be overcalling, especially vulnerable, when the opponents have showed a large number of high cards. You could get in huge trouble. And I think she's going to come out okay because North-South's hearts are just 3-3. I wonder if this is actually what West intends. 2 diamonds was alerted as relay. It feels like, it could be. Could be a relay. Maybe West has ways to show extra strength with the majors, so it could have gone 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 3 clubs or something, maybe to show good heart support with a natural club suit. But to me, if I didn't have strong discussion with my partner about it, I might expect 2 diamonds is just pick a major in this spot. So yeah, it looks like East has dodged a bullet so far. I'm a little surprised the 9 of hearts wasn't covered at trick 1. Play is proceeding very quickly, and I think East is making a few technical card play mistakes so far, but because now North is left with the king 10 of hearts and will get a natural heart trick, whereas if we had covered the 9 with the jack, we could then hook North's 10 on a later round using the ace 8 or queen 8, I guess, if North played the king on top of the jack. Is 2 hearts gonna make? It looks like it might depend on how the defense proceeds from here. We can look at this and say North should lead a low spade, and I think there's a lot of merit to actually leading a low spade. East is never going to duck holding the ace. So I don't think putting the 2 of spades on the table from North is particularly scary. and it could work out very well when partner happens to have ace doubleton exactly. Oh, this switch is not going to work out so well for the defense. The king of diamonds. Declare now just able to pitch a couple spade losers on the queen jack of clubs. And more importantly, this queen of diamonds has now been set up with Declare losing no tricks in that suit. I suspect that Declare is probably playing mostly double dummy now. It looks like that king of diamonds switch was from shortness, so presumably a doubleton given the 1-no overcall. So she tries another club. North covers, roughs with the 8, which is going to work out quite nicely. We kind of suspect that North has both the king and 10 of hearts from the opening lead. Now she's able to play the queen of diamonds. That's her 6th trick. She has a 7th trick with the ace of hearts, but of course, she shouldn't be allowed to take any more tricks. The defense presumably can get their act together once South is in with the spade ace, can put another heart through, and that should represent Declare's last trick. So 2 hearts does appear to be going off 1, despite a couple of, I don't know if I could call them defensive slip-ups, but defensive misguesses in certain positions. Very important that South preserved this 4 of hearts. If the 3 of 4 of hearts was switched, Declare could win this and then rough a diamond with the jack of hearts, kind of separating her trumps and collecting an extra trick. But now diamond gets roughed, North gets to over-rough, lead the king of spades. Declare will rough that trick, or not. So push board, I mean 2 hearts down 1, undoubled, vulnerable, but we can kind of see that despite East getting quite friendly defense, and I would honestly say quite friendly splits in the suits. Like the hearts split well. She got the 9 of hearts lead, which kind of blew a trick defensively. She still wasn't even particularly close to making her contract. So I think bidding 2 clubs showing majors on 4-4, especially red, is a little bit too scary. Board 36, you know, we spent a while looking at the play in the blue room, but the bidding hasn't even concluded in the green room. So let's see what's going on. Looks like it's just about to wrap up with 5 clubs north-south. North had opened a diamond on her 13 count. South has a big diamond fit, but also club suit after spade overcall. Both sides red, South electing to just bid 2 clubs. It's probably a bit too much with such a large diamond fit to think about going after spade doubled, but I would definitely not be surprised if some players would think of just passing a spade and hoping partner reopens with double, collecting a decent penalty against that contract some of the time. So diamond to spade, 2 clubs, 3 clubs by partner. We bid 3 spades as South, just setting a game force. 4 clubs by partner, we Q-bid 4 hearts, and our partner elects to sign off 5 clubs. Looks like a sensible auction. A little surprised that North didn't do anything else over 4 hearts. It's true the small doubleton spade doesn't look great, but ace-king 4th of diamonds has to be an excellent holding. And it does seem as if North-South may have missed a club slam. Given from the auction the king of spades is very likely to be on side, it appears to be, I guess it's maybe a little worse than just the diamond finesse. but the diamond finesse is working, and it looks like 6 clubs is probably coming home. So, well, we'll let Declare think about the play. I mean, there's a couple of options, but something that looks somewhat appealing to me is to just cash the ace-king of clubs. I mean, especially in 5 clubs, as long as the suit splits 3-2, you'll be able to ruff your spade and dummy, and then you'll only need to hold the diamond losers to 1 to make the contract, which looks pretty simple. So in the blue room, we have reached the exact same decision point in the auction, up to 4 clubs. South now having to decide what she wants to do with her hand. So we saw Irina in the green room elect to queue 4 hearts in this position, which looks like the most sensible approach to me. I don't think you can just blast slam on your own with a fairly weak club suit and also 4 small diamonds. Should check the alert on a diamond. Oh, a diamond could be 2. So is this precision? Maybe North-South are playing precision in the blue room. That's the only rational explanation I can think of for a diamond could be 2. Okay, so it looks like 4 diamonds was just key card. As South, North responding to key cards without the Queen of Clubs. It's a little weird to bid key card with a void when you don't know that your partner is lacking strength in that suit. Or I guess more specifically, when you don't know your partner has the ace of this suit, the diamond suit specifically. So South, bids key card, gets some information, which I think opposite this hand, she might have wanted to be in slam, but she doesn't really have enough, she doesn't really know what her partner's key cards are, and I think that's a good reason not to bid key card and to try the 4 hearts approach that we saw in the green room on the South cards. Well, same spade opening lead. Declarer has well, I guess Declarer is going to think about her problem on this hand for a minute. But in the green room, looks like Declarer has kind of adopted the line of play that I've suggested. Just cash 2 clubs, ruff the spade and dummy, take the diamond finesse. She gets 12 tricks that way. But I assume there's going to be no swing on this board. Although, in the blue room, I was curious. Declare was thinking about that club finesse for a second. But I think she made a very sensible decision not to take the club hook, just cash the top 2 clubs. Clubs have split, and now it is basically up to her to play the diamond suit in a favorable manner, and I think she'll manage. So let's head back to the green room, where in the West, I mean, we have another fairly distributional hand coming out here. Looks like East-West might even just be on a hook for a diamond slam. The club finesse, that is. So East opens a diamond. I mean, East has a big hand, 18 count. South, of course, not taking a call. West coming in with a heart. She has a heart suit. And North, kind of understandably, 9 count. Overcalls a spade. I mean, she's a passed hand. East rebids 2-0. 6 diamonds by West. We're getting close. Yeah, it does look like the heart suit's going to provide enough tricks. Unfortunately, it's going to be hard to find 6 diamonds in the West after East's opening bid. But yeah, you are correct that that contract would make. I like South's decision to pass 2-0. I mean, some players, especially if they're hyper-aggressive players, might look at this and say, I have 4-card spade support, let's bid 3 spades, interfere with the opponent's auction, but you're gonna get doubled and go for your $1 million if you do that. So over 2-0, West bids 3 spades, and I was gonna say I don't think that East can possibly bid 3-0 over this, but she proves me wrong. It might depend on what 3 spades means conventionally. I think a lot of people in the auction, a diamond, a heart, 2-0, 3 spades, might play it as 4-4 in the majors. So that's possible. But with North overcalling a spade, this bid kind of doesn't have that meaning. So if it's undiscussed, I would expect it to show a hand like this, where you're really trying to suggest that 3-no trump might not be the place to play. And so it's surprising to me that East with ace-10 fourth, like a bunch of aces and some real distribution, didn't look more for a diamond contract. As a side note, I think 6 hearts is making. Is that true? Maybe that's not true. No, that's just absolutely not true. It's not even close. I mean, we're like a trick shot. We still need the club hook, despite the 3-3 heart split. Okay, ignore me. Good attempt, but not quite there. So East-West did end up in 3-no trump over here, and looks like Declare is going to have no problem collecting. What is it, 11 tricks with the hearts coming in? 10 tricks? 5 diamonds, 5 hearts, and the ace of spades? Sounds like 11 to me. And over in the blue room, I mean, Declare is still chugging away in 5 clubs, but she now sees that she has a guess for an over trick in the diamond suit. Wait a second, no, oh, she does. Because West has roughed in already. I was thinking West is going to get her queen of diamonds, but Declare can just rough that in dummy with the last club. And so 12 tricks for Declare. Wait a second, no, it's not 12 tricks for Declare. She can only rough 1 spade or 1 diamond. Oh, that's a misclaim. Yeah, that's a misclaim. Whoopsies. Not going to cost too much, just 1 imp for 5 clubs making 5. Would have been fairly costly if she was at the 6th level. But we'll see what happens in the blue room on this auction. I'm kind of curious if they're going to look more for a 5 diamond contract, 5 or 6 diamonds, I guess, or if they're going to end up just getting to 3-no trump. I suspect the auction will start about the same, a diamond pass a heart. No alert on East 1 diamond, which I think might just be an oversight. But I'm not certain, because East has been alerting her 1 club opener as 2+. So a diamond, a heart. I expect a spade from North, but I wouldn't be that surprised if North elected to pass. She does. Oh, and this might slow the auction down a bit. So Anam, in this room, without the 1 spade overcall, does elect to show her side spade suit, which I think is very reasonable. She does make a jump shift, which means West is going to know that they have a real diamond fit here. But the fact that this 4-card spade holding over here in East is opposite West void might make her a little less inclined to search for a slam. Three hearts is an interesting bid. There are some inferences you can take from the auction in some of these scenarios, like if partner really was 5-4-3-1, might she have raised hearts earlier? The issue being that East has a very strong hand, and I don't think East would just be jumping to like 4 hearts, for example, or splintering in clubs in support of hearts with only 3-card support. So I would honestly expect 3 hearts to show 3. Just patterning out. Worth noting that East-West have some discussion at least. Maybe they could have played 2-no as a slowdown bid. So 3 diamonds by West is a hand that truly has some values and maybe some slam interest. You take a quick look as we let West think in the blue room at the 3-spade contract in the green room. East opened 3 hearts, balancing double by North. Kind of an exciting balancing double. North was 4-3-3 with 4 spades and Queen third of hearts. And we get 2 rounds of diamonds cashing. East-West can take 2 rounds of hearts. But it seems like if Declare picks up the club suit, well, there are some problems for Declare. Because if it goes heart, 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 there might be a way for the defense to actually finagle this going down. And it might require East to like let West rough a heart trick and play another diamond so that East can pitch her stiff club. I don't know. I think the play could have been interesting from a double dummy perspective, but I suspect Declare will be able to rough a diamond in her own hand and take a club finesse from here. But 3 spades could go down. Anyway, whether 3 spades makes or goes down, it's probably far less interesting than what's happening in the blue room. So yeah, Ewan asks about 4 diamonds. So we left off at the 3-heart bid. West bid 4 diamonds, denying first round club control. See, part of this would depend on the agreements that you and your partner have about slam auctions. For me, the 3 level is reserved for showing shape. And I think that's what most experts frequently play. That 3 levels for shape, 4 levels for controls. Which is why I think 3 hearts would show heart fit over here. But if 3 hearts was just a generic Q-bid in support of diamonds, then I don't understand 4 diamonds. Because most people would play that 4 clubs would just show a club control. It doesn't have to be first round. So it seems to me like East-West are not exactly on the same page, because somewhere between 3 hearts and 5 diamonds, one or both of them has forgotten about showing a club control. Well, South kind of picks up on the fact that the club control was missed in this auction and elects to lead her Queen of Clubs, and that's going to work out quite well for the defense. So Queen of Clubs, King Ace. North just has to play a club back, and I think North might be concerned that East actually has a singleton club, but what else can she do looking at this dummy? Switching to hearts doesn't make any sense. Switching to spades, I mean, might be useful, but probably not. Switching to trumps could kill some roughs. But yeah, she does just elect to return a club and is going to be pleasantly surprised when Declare follows with a second round of clubs. I think all 3 people at the table are a little surprised that Declare followed with a second round of clubs here. but a little bit more work for Declare to do, and this is just going to be 11 tricks. So I guess you could say good stop in the other room. I think getting to 5 diamonds might have been a more effective stop. That contract looks absolutely cold. East-west. Ooh, I'm not sure if I was paying close attention, but it looks like Declare is in trouble in 3 spades in the green room. She can't just pull 3 rounds of trumps, because then she'll have this Jack of Diamonds loser. And if she only pulls 2 rounds of trumps, East is going to be able to overruff the club. Maybe the defense didn't need to be super careful then to defeat this contract. 3 rounds of hearts was just enough. So I suspect South is going to sail down 1 in her contract here. And let's look at what's going on in the blue room, auction-wise. So we get the same 3-heart opener. I think that's pretty normal and straightforward. If you aren't opening the East hand 1 heart, depending on your system, then 3 hearts has to be the standout bid. So 3 hearts, pass, pass. We saw in the green room that Emma Kolesnik elected to double with the North cards. I think I like Ali Cappelletti's decision to pass out 3 hearts a lot better. For starters, the opponents might just be going down in 3 hearts. You have a decent amount of defense as well as queen third of trumps. And secondly, with such flat shape, I just don't think you're making that much on your cards. This diamond opening lead not gonna be too friendly for the defense, although Declare is pretty happy about it. She elects to pitch 2 clubs from her hand and is now kind of just going to bank on the heart suit being able to be played for 1 loser from this point, which I think is... Oh, well, you know, now that I look at it, maybe Declare has played a little bit too quickly because she has 3 spade losers. I kind of forgot about the 3 spade losers. So I suppose she's going to need to be a little careful. She can exit spades, force the opponents to play trumps for her, but I think she's just going to go ace-king of hearts, as that is probably the percentage play once one of the opponents is roughed. So ace of hearts, king of hearts will end up with Declare sailing off a trick. And so 3 hearts going down in 1 room, 3 spades going down in the other room is going to net the Cappelletti squad 3 imps for, I think, maybe slightly better part score decision making in the auction. 4 imps. Oh, right, this was vulnerable. Plus 100. Not a huge swing, but they are coming back in the match. The speed of play is a lot faster, I would say, in this match than we've seen in some of the other ones over the course of these events. Maybe not surprisingly. But it looks like there are no time penalties for both of these teams. So board 39 in both rooms. Blue room has yet to start the auction, but let's take a look at what's going on in the green room. We got a spade opening bid, and Emma Kolesnik with her 16 count, 6 solid hearts, elected to double. I think I would just overcall 2 hearts. Partner's a passed hand, and the fact that we're vulnerable and overcalling at the 2 level already tends to imply that we have a fairly strong hand. Yeah, we have a little bit extra. Like, I would still overcall 2 hearts without the queen of diamonds, maybe even without the king of diamonds. But I don't think we have enough to really double, planning on bidding hearts next, and the way this auction plays out just kind of showcases why we don't really want to take our time, because Emma was never able to show her heart suit. So a spade, double, two spades. West just bidding 4 spades after finding a fit, having a 6 trump, and having a void in her hand. She doesn't know if the void is working, but at imps, it only needs to be working about 30% of the time. A little bit more than 30% for you to be getting the right odds for making your game. So we see a similar auction in the blue room, although this time Ali Cappelletti just overcalls 2 hearts. And I don't know all of the players in these 4 rooms, but I'm familiar with a lot of them, and I think Ali Cappelletti is probably, by a fairly substantial margin, the strongest of the players sitting that we're currently watching. Maybe Irina. I think Irina is a fairly good player as well, but I did not have the chance to play against her much. I've played on teams with Ali Cappelletti a few times in the past. So how's Declare going to end up in 4 spades? I mean, the trumps are splitting, which has to be good news. The queen of clubs is onside, which is also good news. The diamond suit is not particularly friendly to Declare, but it will be if Declare elects to just start roughing diamonds in the dummy, which is what it looks like is going on in the green room. A little surprised by no club finesse in the end. If we believe that king of diamonds was a true card, then there's nothing North could do to hurt us after we take a club hook. But this seems safe. Declare now just going to lose a club in the end position. 9 of diamonds is a winner, so 11 tricks. So in the blue room, Declare does rough the opening heart lead. And is going after diamond roughs. I think that's very reasonable. And it looks like Georgia has elected not to cross to the spade ace to play a diamond to the jack, but she's just leading the jack of diamonds out of hand. Ali pausing to consider what to do. I mean, there's no way Ali is thinking about whether or not to win this trick. She's just thinking about what to do next. So you could say that it's a little bit, it would be a little bit unusual for her to think for a little while on winning the jack of diamonds, and now she's proving me wrong, so maybe I shouldn't complete the sentence. But I was going to say, like, maybe it's like borderline a little bit shady or unethical to like think a lot on this trick and then think on the next trick when it's very clear she doesn't have a problem on this trick. But she wins the diamond queen and now is in the tank about how to proceed. She probably can see that there's not a whole lot that can be done which will be helpful. Switches to the jack of spades, maybe trying to cut down on some roughs and Declares, or cut down on some roughs in the dummy. But I think we should leave Georgia to her 4-spade contract. It looks like she will be making it, maybe with an over trick or two, depending on how the play goes from here. So let's jump back over to the green room and see how play is developing. We get club by north, 2 or more clubs, diamond by south. She has a 17 count, quite a nice hand, opposite an opening bid. 1 heart alerted as doesn't promise 5 clubs. Well, that is a very exciting bid. because I can't imagine why one heart in this auction would ever promise 5 clubs. Very strange to me that this is the alert. I'm kind of curious about their system for that reason. But so South jumps to 3-0. I don't think it's required that she should alert this, but generally, especially if it shows a hand like this with like 15 to 17 or whatever their range is for this jump, it probably should be alerted, or it would be courtesy to announce this to the opponents, I think. But so she's in 3-0. We get a club lead away from the ace-jack. I don't think I would have let a club from West's hand. Now, with that said, I don't know what I would lead. Maybe a spade? Probably a spade from king third would be my first choice. But a club away from, when we had a 10 count over here as West, and South has showed substantial extras. This is, I think, one of the reasons you want to be asking about these 3-no bids. If the opponents don't announce them, they generally have a point range on this kind of bid. And so with South having substantial extras and our hand having so many values, I think a club away from the ace is just almost always going to result in losing tricks. Well, Declare has the rest in 3-no, even without the help of a spade finesse here. So she claims 11 tricks. And let's check out the blue room. So a bit of a different start to the auction. 1 diamond could be a doubleton. They're playing precision, it looks like, still. 2 diamonds inverted, 2 hearts as a relay, 2 spades. Now North bids 2 no trump, which she's going to alert as, my guess is this is some sort of balance type hand. But we'll see. So 2-no, 3-no. And here, South doesn't really need to announce that she has extra high cards, because with 17 highs, opposite 10 to 13 balanced from the 2-no bid, she knows that they don't have a slam. Hey, Timo. Yeah, welcome on in. Glad to be here. I'm trying to do as much coverage as I can, and so I guess that's just going to mean that whenever I'm available and don't have other things to do, I will be around. I think my plan is to cover the 4th quarter tomorrow as well for the seniors, since we'll have the finals for USA1 then. But, ooh, we have quite the hand developing in the green room. Hey, no need to apologize for showing up late. Just happy to have people hanging out and chatting with me as we look through the boards. So North, first seat, white on red, elects to preempt 3 hearts on her hand. A little bit aggressive, for sure, with only a 6-card suit and a bit of defense, but she is 6-4. And so this caused East to leap to 4 spades, you know, figuring that her 16 count, 6-card spade suit, but just all of these aces and kings wasn't going to be good enough for a 3-spade overcall. I'm not convinced I agree with that. I think 3 spades shows a fairly good hand already, red on white, as an overcall. And so East didn't really need to leap to the 4 level with such a weak spade suit. But 4 spades is okay. South, with 12 cards and 2 suits, I've said this before, just pick something and do it, elects to try 5 diamonds. We see 5 spades from West with a huge spade fit, pass, and South now thinks that she has very little defense and elects to try 6 diamonds as a save, probably expecting the save to be somewhat cheap. And, well, after the club opening lead, I think she's right. The save is going to be somewhat cheap. She's only going to lose a club, a heart, and a diamond to go down 2. Now, with that said, 5 spades was going down on a diamond ruff. So South could have just cashed both minor suit aces and led a diamond. And even without the diamond ruff, I think Declare may well have gotten the spade suit wrong. But minus 300, I mean, could still be a win for North-South, depending on how the auction plays out in the other room, which we're about to find out. Board 41. My suspicion is that Allie, Allie, a very down-the-middle player. I would say that about her game. Not going to be choosing a 3-heart opener with this kind of hand. It's a little more offense than you might expect for a 2-heart preempt, but it's still well within the range of a normal 2-heart opener in most partnerships. Okay, so Anum, again, maybe team style, has elected to double rather than just simply overcalling her suit. And once again, I think this might backfire. So we saw Emma do this on a previous board with a 6-card heart suit, and now Anum, rather than just making a 2-spade overcall, elects to start with double. I kind of understand this hand a little bit more than the one Emma had, because our spade suit's fairly weak, and we just have like all of these aces and kings on the outside, so we have very few losers, but I don't know, it still feels to me like 2 spades is the more prudent bid. Like, I don't want to get preempted, and especially when the opponents are favorable, South is going to stick in a 4-heart bid whenever she wants, and then how confident am I really in bidding 4 spades the next time it comes back to me? South could be the one with a bunch of values and like a doubleton heart on her and is sitting with like king, queen, jack, 4th of spades behind me. So anyway, 5 diamonds at this table gets doubled, and it could have been a push board if Georgia had elected to lead a major suit, but she ends up leading a club. So this will be down just 1 now. Declare going to pull trumps and eventually lose a club and a heart. So 5 imps going the way of the Cappelletti squad. And they will be within striking distance. Only needed like 1 game swing or 1 slam swing. Slam versus game, I mean, to even out the match. Which means they aren't really running out of boards, but they do only have about 20 comparisons left to make until the match is over. You know, it's possible, I'm going to say that it's very possible the Declare makes 5 diamonds doubled in the split room. She's going to need to pitch that 9 of clubs from the dummy, but she's going to end up running all of her minor suit cards, and East is going to have to discard 1 of her aces in the end position. With good defensive signaling, or maybe if West voids herself in one of the major suits, specifically spades, Anum will realize that Declare has a spade void. But I think that there is some non-zero chance that Anum gets the defense wrong, especially if these two are not a frequent partnership. That's another thing. In the mixed event, I talked a lot about how some of the partnerships were fairly infrequent. And don't play together a lot, and therefore don't have great defensive agreements or bidding agreements and whatnot. I suspect in the women's event, many of these pairs have played together quite often because there are a lot of women's events that take place. Run rate bot says 0.9 imps aboard. Yeah, that sounds about right. Although this is going to be a pickup for Cappelletti in the blue room, so it's going to be even less. I'm going to stick with the play in the blue room because I want to see... So Declare really needs to pitch this blocking 9 of clubs. That is very important to do. She has one more attempt to do so. Diamond, throw that club. There it is. So on him comes down to stiff pocket aces, and Cappelletti has pocket kings. One of those cards is going to be more important, and Georgia hasn't guaranteed the defense here. If Georgia had pitched the Queen of Spades, or Queen and Jack of Spades, then East would have had a full count on the hand earlier. But still down 1. Good attempt by Joanne in the South to try and beat the try and make the contract, and good card reading by Anam to preserve that Ace of Hearts in the end position. Still 5 imps to Cappelletti. And it looks like board 42 is a bit more tame, at least in the green room. They've stopped an apart score, which feels like something bad happened. Oh no. Because I'm just looking at 2 14 counts opposite each other, and East-West have bid to 2 diamonds and all of 4 bids. In the blue room, they got to 3 no trump and all of 2 bids. So this might be a bit of a swing back towards Cole. Let's see how 3 no trump is going to do. Very nice lead by Ali Cappelletti in the north. Queen of Spades from Queen Jack third. Figuring that she needs a little bit less from partner in this suit to start setting up tricks. Like if she led a club or a diamond, she would have needed her partner to probably have 2 honors in those suits for it to be worthwhile. Whereas here, she's basically just going to need partner to have king 4th or ace 4th. And she can set up a few tricks in the spade suit. And in this case, 10-9 4th actually works out quite well. So Declare has 3 diamond tricks, a club trick, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. That is 8 tricks off the top. And it's not immediately obvious how to get a 9th trick, but it's possible the defense might have to either lead clubs or hearts for you, which is going to help out quite a bit. But I think strong defense, if North-South are able to beat this 3 no trump, that would be a huge swing. Because it looked like, I mean, East-West kind of had a bit of a system misunderstanding in the green room, stopping in 2 diamonds, which they made. And 3 no, if it goes down, is going to earn their side about 5 imps. But of course, if 3 no makes, they're going to lose 10 or so. I guess 11. 11 for their troubles. So this is about 15 or so imps riding on the defense and against 3 no trump. And maybe the Declare play too. But I think as we can see currently, Declare doesn't have an obvious route to collecting a 9th trick due to the bad breaks in both diamonds and hearts. I think the most natural way to play for an extra trick is to just lead a heart to the 10 right now. That way you might bring the 8 of hearts into play. You know, if South has like 9 doubleton or Jack doubleton, you can play a heart to the 10, North wins, cash the king of hearts, and then elect to finesse the 8 on the way back. what she's thinking about, though. Because I don't really see an alternative to playing a heart to the 10. Okay, she does elect to play a low heart. Have to imagine she's sticking the 10. No. Heart to the king. Interesting. And a heart back to the queen. Now, if East had ace-9 fourth of hearts, I think this is the percentage play. Because then you pick up honor doubleton in either player's hand. But here, heart to the king, heart to the ace, you need someone to have like honor 9 doubleton to pick up a 4-2 split in the suit. And that's just very unlikely. Still a little confused as to what the delay is, but okay, declare now goes after the club suit. I mean, there's some potential. The king, queen of clubs are both on side, so club to the 10 does make sense here. But Ali happy to win this trick and just continue assaulting the spade suit, setting up partners 10 of spades. I guess there's some worry that South is getting thrown in, right? On this diamond, South has to make a discard. If she pitches a heart, declare can exit a heart. If she pitches a club, declare can cash the club ace. She pitches a spade, so declare can now exit a heart to make her contract, and she does. Wow. I guess a good play after all. Ali really needed to put a club back through rather than a spade when she got in with the club queen. Difficult play to find, for sure. You know, she's pretty happy that she got off to the queen of spades lead. It does look pretty natural to continue the suit. But that, unfortunately, created this kind of club position where South was getting strip squeezed and got thrown in the endgame. Given the speed with which West executed the throw-in, I think South's better chance was probably to ditch a club on that third round of diamonds. If South had pitched a club in tempo, then West would have had to guess, did South start with 3 hearts and king fourth of clubs, or did South start with 4 hearts and king third of clubs? So that might have been a better chance. But with 3-no making, Cole has now opened up a bit of a lead again. And so board 43, we didn't really get to see in the green room, but looks like East-West bid to 4 hearts fairly confidently. And king of diamonds on side. Looks like declare probably should be making 10 tricks at the very least. Can ruff 2 spades and dummy, making use of the fact that dummy has pretty strong trumps over there. Oh, or even on a spade lead, it's going to make things a little easier for declare. So let's check out 4 hearts in the green room, because looks like the blue room is going to push the board on 43. East open to heart. We get a takeout double by South. West doesn't bid. Favorable with 3-card heart support. Maybe a little interesting to note. We'll see if that auction or that action's duplicated in the blue room. I suspect not. Not with these younger players holding the West cards. So heart double, pass by West, North bid 2 clubs. East figured she had heard enough of the auction and just jumped to 4 hearts, singleton club, but if we're not even counting the stiff queen, it's a good 17 count over there, 6-4. Ace queen fourth of spades might not be a great holding after the takeout double, but good 6-card heart suit. I don't know, it's a little bit close. I think 4 hearts is quite a large bid, Maybe she was worried the opponents actually had a game and was trying to preempt them out of it. I don't think I would be that concerned with all these values that North-South were bidding to game, and so I might have gone a little bit slower with these cards, probably hoping to win a bit of a part score battle. But, you know, with our partner over here, West, not raising us with Queen third of trumps favorable, maybe East just knows that she needs to be a bit more aggressive in the bidding. So we have a club loser, we've got a diamond loser, and we have a spade loser. Declarer just needs to be able to either rough the spades good or set up that fourth round of spades. And we can kind of see that it's possible to do, well, both of those things. We could rough the third round of spades low, rough the fourth round of spades high, which I think is going to be Declarer's plan. Or we could go ace of spades, queen of spades, pinning the jack 10 third. Hey, V8. Good morning. The 7th segment of play is coming to a close pretty soon. So Declarer needs to be a little careful in the green room over here. After roughing the spade, she's going to have to set up our diamond trick. She can't really afford to rough a club and then pull trumps and find out they're 3-1. But it's always a good morning to wake up to me streaming. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I also think it's a good morning when I wake up and stream, which is basically what happened today. I did get breakfast before streaming. Although it is like 6 p.m., yes, I did have breakfast right before the stream. Well, Declare thinking about this problem in the green room, but she does absolutely need to play on diamonds first, and looks like that's what's happening. So diamond to the king, South wins, probably taps Declare again in clubs, but that will be the end of the defense. 4 hearts bid and made. Could be a bit of a swing to Cappelletti here, depending on how the auction goes in the blue room. Because East took, I think, a very, very fortunate view of her hand, given that partner had 3-card trump support, a doubleton, and queen 4th opposite her king doubleton as a passed hand to reach 4 hearts. So we do see a push in 4 hearts in the blue room, board 43 over here. And let's see how Anam and Georgia handle the next board. Probably going to get the same 1 heart opening bid in the East that we saw in the green room. So 2 quick passes, Anam opens a heart. Should see a takeout double by South with the short hearts. And then I mentioned, I think West is absolutely going to make a bid over here. Queen 3rd of trumps and a doubleton spade, I believe, is more than enough favorable to bump 1 heart to 2 hearts. But we'll see. She's giving it a bit of thought. And there it is, 2 hearts showing a bad raise. So one of the relevant points here is that this 2 hearts is probably a bit of a weaker range for most players than just like a heart past 2 hearts. With the takeout double, you have a way to distinguish between a good and bad raise with 3-card support, and this is West's way to show bad raise with 3-card support. So that, of course, is going to vault Anam into the 4-heart contract. She's much happier now with a known 9-card fit, and the fact that partner has showed a little bit of something in terms of values. We get the king of clubs lead, discouraging 9 of clubs from North, although now that Declare has dropped the queen, we've kind of figured out why North has discouraged on the first round of clubs. So Joanne elects to continue the ace of clubs. Fairly reasonable to do so. I might have been tempted by heart switch myself, but looking at the fact that South has a bunch of very, very weak spades, it's probably right to think that we don't need to cut down on the roughing value because Declare will be able to take a roughing finesse against our king if necessary. Now, with all of that said, I'm a little surprised by the way Anam has played this hand so far. She led the king of diamonds at trick 2. And I would be very worried as her that the opponents might have misdefended. Like if South had king jack fourth of spades, the contract would go down if South won the diamond ace and then switched to trumps, then got in with the spade king and switched to trumps again. We would only be able to rough one of our spade losers, and in return, we might have a diamond finesse against the jack, but who's to say the takeout doubler needs to have that card? So Anam plays a diamond to the queen now, utilizing that dummy entry. And she should come out just fine at this point, but it's still a little strange, in my opinion, the way that she has played the hand. She now plays a spade to the queen, taking a finesse into the takeout doubler. You know, these players have 34 minutes left on the round clock, and they're almost done with the round. I think they can afford to take a little bit more time and be a bit more careful about some of these decisions. But it looks like care was not necessarily needed on this hand in particular. Trump's splitting 2-2. The 9 of spades even sets up. And she roughs it high for good measure. So 10 tricks, push board. Board 45 in the green room is rather exciting. I mean, North-South have ended up in 2 hearts doubled with a 9-card trump fit. It feels like East-West may have made a bit of a blunder here. So East opened a spade with her 6-4 in the black suits. Double by South, takeout, looks pretty normal. Same start to the auction in the other room. West elected to redouble with values. We're getting the same auction once again. I expect Ali Cappelletti to be bidding 2 hearts. Looks pretty normal. And East elected to pass in the green room. I'm not sure I like that decision. This feels like a spot where even if partner is making a penalty double of hearts, we probably want to run from that. I don't expect to be beating it more than 1, and 2 spades looks like it's going to be a decent spot to play. So I think I would be bidding 2 spades as East. Brad says it might be a takeout versus penalty misunderstanding in hearts. Yeah, that's possible. So if we think that West was trying to make a takeout double of hearts, I could see that. Well, Georgia's facing the same problem. East alerted her pass is forcing, just conventional agreement now that you can't let the opponents play undoubled at the 2 level. So Georgia has a bit of a difficult decision about what to do over 2 hearts. The thing is, if partner has 3-card hearts over there, we do want to be doubling, right? Then the opponents are in a 7 fit. Despite the good trump split for them, we kind of expect that they might have difficulty on a trump lead. Now, with that said, it looks like West or East elected not to lead trumps. Oh, and we have the same 2 hearts doubled in both rooms. So, oh, sorry, 2 hearts undoubled in the blue room, which I can't actually tell if this is going to be good. It's a little unusual to see one player alert their pass is forcing and the other one to just not act over it. So I think East-West multiple times throughout this segment. Someone has done something wrong. Pass from both seats was forcing. Yeah, West pass was also forcing. You know, I had that come up with a sponsor before, where I opened 2 clubs, strong artificial and game forcing, and you know, a couple of bids later, partner passed me in 3 clubs, and when the opponents asked, she said that they had to bid because my 2 club opener was game forcing. So she was hoping that the opponents would balance for us, and they did not. Well, if 2 hearts makes in the green room, East-West have taken 5 tricks so far. This might be going down in the green room. Like, even with this Queen of Clubs holding, I guess not. Declare can be a little careful here. If Declare roughs a diamond to her hand and then roughs a spade, she can then lead a club and rough it, just over roughing West, and then pull trumps. I guess on that note, Declare can cash the Ace of Hearts first before doing all of this. Ace of Hearts, diamond, rough. Once the Ace of Hearts cashes, and we find out that East is void in hearts, we can then rough a diamond, then rough a spade, and then lead a club. Or we can be fully convinced that we know the heart situation. So diamond, rough, low. Maybe a little bit of a double dummy mistake, or single dummy mistake, but double dummy, it doesn't matter. So Emma Kolesnik going to be making 2 hearts doubled, which means, you know, the play in 2 hearts in the other room is largely irrelevant, but is also probably going to make. Have a good lurk, Brad. Maybe I will see you later. So how is 2 hearts doing in the blue room, now that it looks like 2 hearts doubled is making for plus 670 in the green room? Some of this 24 imp margin is going to vanish for... Oh no, Cole is going to pull even further ahead, right? With Emma Kolesnik being on the Cole team. So it's going to be more than 2 umps aboard. Work is a 4-letter non-word. I hear you on that. Looks like Ali Cappelletti has found a nice little medium to make her 2-heart contract. Oh, no, she's going down 1. There is a natural trump trick in the West. Hey, BZL, this match has been crazy all day. That's junior bridge for you, I will say. I mean, I guess Anam has graduated from the junior squad, but I think Georgia's still a junior. Emma is a junior. I think Emma's actually on the US U26 team for the next Junior World Championships, if I remember correctly. So 13 umps to Cole, and the lead is now 37. We can take a look at the scoreboard here. So yesterday, Cappelletti almost couldn't do anything wrong. They had built themselves a pretty sizable lead after 4 segments of play. But today we see 39 imps for Cole in the first segment, 34 imps in the second segment, another 19 here has put them out to a 37 imp lead. So 1 segment to go. Cappelletti is going to need to start swinging a little bit to get back into the match. But it's very possible with was the lowest scoring segment we've had, 44 imps. So very doable. They're going to need a good set, though. I mean, Cappelletti's biggest win would have been in the first segment of play where they won by 35, and they are currently down 37. The Cole squad appears to be able to pick up large chunks over the course of the day, but we'll have to see if Cappelletti's up for it. I did say that four-handed, they weren't really going to start feeling fatigue, but maybe some of that is setting in. It's true that if you're playing some of these really, really intense matches for several days in a row and you have to sit there for all 60 boards and stay sharp and keep your thinking cap on for many of them, it does take a toll on you. Who's Cole's third pair? So Cole is five-handed, and they will be out. So Margie Cole and Anam Teba would be the pair. So Anam has been playing all 60 boards, but Georgia Bota has been rotating in for Margie for half of the segments. So my suspicion is we'll see the same lineups. Maybe they'll switch tables depending on who has seating rights. So currently we just saw Ali Cappelletti and Joanne Weingold playing against Georgia Bota and Anam Teba. It's very possible that depending on the seating rights, maybe one of these pairs prefers to play against the other one. Oh, Margie's been playing with Emma and Irina. Well, that's weird. I just assumed, because I know Anam likes playing with sponsors, or at least she used to. Maybe she's grown tired of it, but Anam definitely used to enjoy playing with sponsors, even though she complained about it all the time at the bar later. But yeah, I guess Emma and Irina have been the ones that are rotating in, and it's a little strange that both of them have been playing with Margie. It's nice to keep them a little bit more fresh so that they only have to play 3 segments a day rather than all 4. For example, if Emma was playing all 4 segments a day, playing 2 with Margie and 2 with Irina, then that might be a little taxing on her, especially since Emma's not a full-time pro player. And similarly for Irina, so maybe they only have to play 3 segments a day each. But I guess we'll see. We'll see what the lineups are after we have our 23-minute break. Now, I don't expect to have a 23-minute break, but since we're here, we may as well pop over to one of the other matches and take a look. Oh, right, the Women's USA2 final already concluded, so we can kind of bring that up. Whoops, this is not the right one. What am I looking at? This one. So there was a withdrawal after 6 segments. It was 119 imps difference, but Baker kind of absolutely crushed their opponents, and each of the 6 segments so far, the closest one was the 5th segment where Baker only won by 10, and I think this is a very sensible withdrawal. I mean, Wittes is out, so they could very well have just continued playing the last 2 segments, but maybe it looks like they wanted to go home a bit early. So Lynn Baker, Diza, whatever her name is, originally from Iceland, is here playing Janice Molson, Jill Myers, Karen McCallum, and Carrie Sanborn. I think for many people, this would have been the favorite team going into the entire event, but they are fighting for their life in the losers bracket for USA2, where they will be playing the winner or the loser of the match from today, which is looking like Cappelletti the way things are going. Yeah, it is quite a strong team to be. You don't want to face them tomorrow, and one of the Cole or Cappelletti squads will have to. But let's pull up the USA1 final in the seniors. One of these two teams will be graduating into this position of USA1. Hammond once again has started getting assessed with a bunch of penalty imps. Let's see if we can figure out where some of these are coming from. Well, I know where some of these are coming from. One table is 4 boards behind. They are so slow. I guess we can jump into one of these matches. Yeah, Baker lost the USA1 semi by 2 imps. Actually, I'm curious, who did they lose to? Where is... I can't find the thing. Oh, maybe I can just click on this button. The 10 imp penalty was from the first set, and they might have more coming. So Baker lost to Cole in a very close match. It looks like Baker actually did quite a good job at the end. They just earned themselves too much of a deficit in the first half. But they won segment 6 by 32, they won segment 7 by 19, segment 8 by 21. Kind of crazy. So Cole currently is the team that is ahead of Cappelletti in the USA1 final. The scores haven't updated, but it is 37 imps here. Let's see, if I click on this, is this going to do what I want? Great. And in the USA2 quarterfinal, wait, quarterfinal? Really? This is the quarterfinal? Oh, we're getting some of these silly 6-segment matches. So 4 segments today in the USA2 quarterfinal. This is for the seniors. Oh, the top of my screen is being cut off. Well, no one cares. Everyone knows what we're looking at. We got Lewis against Lal, and Lewis is, well, currently in the lead. Won every set so far. And then in the other side, Wolfson versus Lusky. And Wolfson we saw yesterday playing up against Goodman. They lost a fairly close match. But it looks like currently they're in the lead. So 4 segments today. They're going to play the first 2 segments tomorrow, are going to conclude this match. And then in the evening, these teams, the winners of these teams, will start up a semifinal match. And that will also be 6 segments. So they'll play 2 of those segments tomorrow, 2 the following day. And then the winner of that, this kind of foursome, is eventually going to play the loser of the Lal versus Goodman matchup. Not Lal versus Goodman, someone versus Goodman, Hammond versus Goodman matchup for USA2 eventually. So these teams have a long road ahead of them if they want to qualify for the seniors event. If I like silly playing 15 boards, well, back in my day, you know, when we were walking to school uphill in the snow both ways, we used to play 16 board segments for all of these events. And I don't know when it actually turned into 15. I think it might have been just before I quit playing, or it might have been shortly afterwards. But yeah, I was shocked when it went from 16 to 15. And sometimes they're playing 14 nowadays, so it's only 56 boards. Like, it used to be, you know, playing the all seats, all vulnerabilities, that's 16 boards, right? Which makes sense in every set. So we would be playing 64 boards a day. And our matches, especially in like the Spin Gold Vanderbilt, those big team events, could go until like 2 or 3 in the morning. I guess 3 in the morning would be pushing it, but like I would say frequently we were playing past midnight in the fourth quarters of those matches, which I don't think happens anymore. There's been a lot of push to shorten the length of the matches, both for the players and for, you know, the, I guess, viewers. The Hammond team is pushing to play fewer boards. Well, only in one of the rooms. They are playing, I guess we can jump in and take a look. So let's see, it's in this green room over here. Hammond is, doing their best to try and get boards pulled at the end of the segment. Maybe they have inside information that they're just going to lose like 10 or 15 imps on each of these last boards, and so they're trying to get them removed and just assessed with like a 5 or 6 imp penalty. Are these the same hands? I don't remember this hand from the match that we were just watching. Maybe the women's and seniors are playing different hands. I think the seniors on both sides of the bracket are playing the same ones. So like USA1 and USA2 are using the same boards in both matches. It would be weird to me that the women's and seniors are playing different boards, but I guess it's possible. Looks like Declare is making 4 hearts in this room with 11 tricks, so that'll be a push. Although we're not there yet. Yeah, I am going to stick around here. I guess I should actually pull up in a different window, or maybe someone from the chat can tell me when the women's thing resumes. Could I slide over? Yeah, I can. You're asking me to do so many things all at the same time. All right, here we go. I'm now over here on the left. Any more complaints? If you allow different boards, you can start the matches whenever. If you all play the same, you have to wait for all the matches. That's true. That's a fair point. And especially with Hammond still playing incredibly slowly, we, of course, are going to want to play different boards in all of the matches. I have like half an hour. That's probably correct. I probably have until this table finishes, plus whatever break time is being given. Oh, we are playing the same hands. That's good. Freedom units? Is that what people call the US's measuring system elsewhere in the world? You just stick freedom in front of everything? I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Freedom is what you call it there too? Do I know where you're from? I have no idea where you're from, BZL. Freedom units. That's what Americans call it. Like, maybe it depends what Americans you're talking about. Northerners probably don't call it freedom anything. You live in Connecticut. Okay, well then I'm wrong. I'm absolutely incorrect. Completely shut down by a northerner, a more northerner, telling me what's up. Same 4-heart contract that we saw in both matches. We do get the same opening club lead. And we'll see if South finds a trump switch. I mean, a trump switch is going to be most testing to Declare, because the defense will be able to pull 2 rounds of trumps, and therefore East won't be roughing all of his hearts. But no, South continues the King of Clubs. I would say pretty natural to just continue a top club. You have no idea what's going on in the suit on an auction like this. Just accept the stereotypes. I get it. I get it. Diamond to the queen. Kind of a cute little way to get a dummy entry, because if you lead the king of diamonds, a clever defender might actually duck this trick, and you won't be able to access dummy for, you know, this weird spade finesse. For whatever reason, a spade to the queen just wouldn't be the thing that occurred to me to do on this kind of hand, with South having made the takeout double. but I suppose it doesn't cost. Yeah, this is the same hand as in the women's, so I guess they are playing the same boards, which means we're going to have to wait for an entire full extra hand to be played at this table. I might need a nap before the next segment starts. Oh my. Yet another reason why I think the women's players should be slowing down a little bit. If they're going to have these long breaks in between sets, you can afford to take a couple of extra minutes to get the important decisions right. So the last board of the set was the one where we played 2 hearts in both rooms. It started a heart, a spade, double, redouble, and North bid 2 hearts at both tables. That's a fair point. Scissors calling me out on on my comments. I was hoping that one would just we could sweep that under the rug a little bit, but no, apparently not. That is true, that if they slow down, I might need a nap just from watching the play. But I have a lot of time to talk to you all, chat. This is great. We get to have a wait for the next segment to start party. It's almost my favorite kind of party. Declare playing along the same kind of cross-ref lines that we saw in both of the other rooms as well. So gets to rough a spade. We'll rough it with the 6 of hearts, just in case, I have to imagine. And once the 10 drops, can just claim the rest of the tricks. All right, last board to go, and we'll see if the tables in this match manage to find a way to play a contract that isn't 2 hearts north. How does the system keep the time? Does each pair get a chess clock? Can they see it? I know the answers to all these questions. Wait, other than maybe the first question. But yes, each pair gets a chess clock, and you get to see your clock before the start of every board. So you'll get to know what your situation is clockwise for that specific deal. So East-West, for example, before they started bidding in this room, would be able to see their time on the clock. And similarly for North-South. But you don't get to see it while the hand is being played. I don't know why. That's just how it's written out in the conditions of contest. All right, same start to the auction, a spade, double, redouble. North going bid 2 hearts, of course. Okay. I said North going bid 2 hearts, of course, but he very confidently slams 3 hearts on the table, and that looks like a lot of hearts. Probably an effective bid, although I don't think it's going to keep the opponents out of their spade game. Is 4 spades making? Looks like Declare has good play for it with the king, queen of diamonds on side. Now, if Declare elects to kind of play the diamond suit in what I might call the normal fashion of diamond to the 9, diamond to the jack, he's going to be a little bit unsuccessful. But actually, he might not be unsuccessful, because we can always set up the diamonds to ditch all of our club losers. The way to avoid getting doubled in 2 hearts is jump to 3 hearts. I mean, I don't think 2 hearts was going to pass out like it did in both of the other rooms in the women's event. I suspect East probably would have been 2 spades over 2 hearts like I mentioned, and would have ended up with maybe a difficult decision on the next round, but I suspect West probably would have raised spades. Beer card potential detected. You're right about that. The ace of clubs is a late entry, though. So we could certainly see declare like pull trumps and then set up the diamond suit and use the ace of clubs. With trumps 4-1, this hand is not easy for declare to make. I think they are going to have to play a diamond to the jack. Okay, club to the ace doesn't feel like we're going about this in the right manner. Oh, unless the plan is to ruff a club in the dummy. Wait. Never mind. This is just like 100% clear. Obviously, declare is just going to ruff a club with the spade queen and then claim. No beer. I apologize. Does Neil know the beer card? Everyone knows about the beer card, but I think there are a lot of players who don't respect the beer card. I'll put it that way. A little surprising to me that declare didn't just cash the diamond ace before doing all this. Because if South happened to have 5 diamonds here, declare would be going down. Maybe. I will say, I think a lot of the top players, at least in the US, just don't care about beer cards. I hate to bring that to everyone's attention, but it feels like it's more of a junior type thing. And so if you're over the age of like 40, you're probably not all that interested in beers anymore. Well, declare has survived a bit of a mistiming of the play, I would say, but no harm with North not roughing that diamond ace. So club ruff will ruff a heart with the 8 of spades, and that will be the end of the hand. Unfollowed. I said in the US. I don't know about elsewhere in the world. I know a bunch of other players in other locations do care about the beer card a little bit more than they do about making their contracts. But certainly here, like, I don't think Bobby Levin cares about making beers. And I don't suspect that most of the players in this senior event care about making beers. Big Kev. Who's Big Kev? 40 is not a big number. I just don't know anyone over 40 in the US that cares about beer cards. How old is Bobby Levin? He's like 90. I don't know. Yeah, you have to make the contract to get the beer card, which is true. I'm trying to think. It's hard for me to picture anyone who's between age 40 and 70 that plays bridge. Big Kev is Rosenberg. Yeah, well, is he actually big? Why do people call him Big Kev Rosenberg? He doesn't seem like a particularly large human being to me. He is big? Really? Oh, okay. I always thought of him as like fairly lanky. Okay, everyone over, I can't imagine players over 70 who take the beer card seriously. It's an Aussie meme. He's tall. I mean, I'm short, and I didn't remember Kevin Rosenberg being particularly tall, but that was a few years ago. There's an Aussie trait of nicknaming people. What's my nickname in Aussie land? That is an important question. Think about this carefully before you answer. Big Bot. Big Kev is a character in an old Aussie ad. Oh, interesting. I will have to look this up. Big Kev Australia. Oh, look at this guy. Yeah, he looks really big. Hold on. Wait, which window is the one that I currently have up? Also, let me see if I can get a larger image of this guy. No, I can't find anything that is worth putting on stream, but this guy does look incredibly large. Please do? Okay, well, let me try again. Big Kev. Kevin McQuay, Australian entrepreneur. Oh no, he passed away so young. There's a Big Kev YouTube of the ads. Oh, the women's thing appears to be, well, they're currently on break, but it looks like the table is about to get started sometime soon. All right, here we go. This is the best that I can do. Whoop. Aha, there he is. There's Big Kev. He is large and in charge, and he has just this wonderful shirt on. I must say, that is it appears that despite his size, he has gone with the extra large shirt, and it kind of shows. It's a little baggy. Definitely not a very loose-fitting shirt there, but he looks enormous. I have to imagine that this is one of those like stock market things or whatever in the background, and it's like 20 feet off the ground, and he's just like head level with it. So there's Big Kev. He always wore that shirt, thumbs up and saying that he's excited. He just seems like a wonderful person. Happy to be alive. Where are we going? Yeah, he looks exactly like that, the 2 thumbs up emote. You would watch that and then enjoy kibbing Big Kev. Oh, kibbing regular Kev, who calls himself Big Kev, or who you guys call Big Kev. Got it. Could you just like overlay his face on top of his nameplate? You should probably do that in the future. For everyone that you have a nickname for, you could just like find a picture, a suitable picture, and put it on top of them while they're playing the hands. I had honestly thought about doing that in the past, and I don't know why I came to the conclusion that I shouldn't. You did that? Oh, that's wonderful. That's actually amazing. Winner goes to Morakoko. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, maybe I could like stick some stuff like here to the right for like north, and I could stick something underneath east nameplate and like underneath south, and maybe for west I could, I don't know. But it does look like maybe there would be a lot of stuff on the screen. Or maybe in like single table view, it would be easier. Let's see. What could I do in this? in this position. I do have trouble keeping up with moving my face back and forth across the screen. Also, mice your face. I have no idea what that means, to mice someone's face. $10 of break. I don't think mice equals typo. I'm not sure what the typo was, but I kind of wish it wasn't a typo. Get miced. I feel personally attacked by a large number of rodents, and rodents are terrifying in Australia. Oh, you wanted me to move my face because we're in the 2-player view? I hadn't decided if I wanted to like follow just one table or 2 tables, like if I wanted to kibitz just one player for the final set. Autocorrect does seem to hit you pretty hard, V8. All right, let's go back over here. So Cole is up by 37, 15 to go, and I agree, there's no real way to divide by odd numbers. That's not something that any human is capable of doing. So somewhere between 2 and 3 imps aboard is what Cappelletti is going to need. Very doable. The match is not particularly as high scoring as some that we've seen. We've definitely seen a few of the teams hit over 300 imps on 120 boards. What's the tiebreak? I think it's arm wrestling. Oh, dance off with standard rules? No. That's only in the senior finals is a dance off. In the women's, it's definitely arm wrestling. You had lots of overlay to compensate. Yeah. I also probably should do that to compensate for my lack of bridge knowledge. Also, what are the standard rules for a dance-off? It appears that you have taken place in a large number of dance-offs in your life, and so you can just write standard rules and believe that everyone knows what you're talking about. I have not taken place in a dance-off. That is a good point, Scissors. All the women do need to play fast so that they can get their reps in at the gym to prepare for the arm wrestling tiebreak. It doesn't come up very frequently, but when it does, you really want to have the stronger team, and I mean that literally. We are waiting for all of the players. I'm a little surprised that they haven't come back to sit down. With such a large break, you figure they might want to just like get in here, get the match started, and get it over with. Wise words to live by: look decent and be ready at all times. Oh, as I say that, looks like we are having a couple of the players coming to sit, and I think this means we are swapping partners, not swapping partnerships, swapping the tables for the 2 players. So Kristen Onsgaard is coming in for the Cappelletti squad in the blue room. You have done a lot of thinking about this dance-off competition. Sparkly clothes are good. Don't wear accessories like rings or maybe loopy earrings that can get stuck. Wearing lip gloss can be a burden because hair might get stuck to your face. Either yours or your partner's hair, both of which would be a little bit uncomfortable. I don't think I would be particularly good in a dance-off. I would still try, and I would have fun, but I would also come in dead last, and that would be pretty embarrassing. Maybe instead of the dance-off, I could dance, and it would effectively be a comedy routine, because I could make the crowd laugh. Never really thought about that. I also have the feeling that I have the feeling that you're copy pasting this from somewhere, because these seem like very, very formal suggestions. You're available for coaching. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Okay. You're trying to get Bob Hammond to accept your dance-off coaching because he might need help if there's a tiebreak. All the players are seated. But we don't have cards yet. I guess... Is it plagiarism if you're copying and pasting from your own notes? No. But I also don't think that's what's going on here. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe this is from your, like, a high school essay you wrote. And you had to be a bit more formal about writing down bullet points. So I think whoever it was, maybe BZL, is right that we need to wait for all of the players to get seated in all the rooms because the hands are duplicated before we get started. But the break timer is ticking down. 3 minutes to go. So a bit of a switch up. I haven't really been following this match to know which of these pairs has frequently been sitting against the other. But with seating rights, especially if Cappelletti had seating rights in the final segment, given how the last segment played out, they probably would want to switch which pair was playing in which seat. So that has happened. And we'll be starting soon. I promise. I promise. Bridge is about to get played. It's been mostly Georgia and Anam versus Ali and Joanne. Right, yeah, so that's what I was thinking, that as long as Cappelletti is the one with seating rights, and I don't think there's any way for us to find out the information about who drew seating rights in which segment, then Ali, presumably Ali is team captain, she said, hey, we've just been getting completely destroyed, we need to switch something, and this is the best we can do, so good luck. It could have a bit of an effect. Like, kind of depending, like, especially if Emma and Arena are known to be a little bit aggressive. I think we've noted that both Anam and Emma have been a little bit aggressive. You don't know Joanne, but she hasn't had a great day. I also do not know Joanne. So the only person I'm really familiar with on Ali's team is her, because I played a couple of tournaments with her and Mikey, her I assume they're married now, husband? It's been a long time. But yeah, Mike Cappelletti Jr. Joanne Wingold is an awesome name. You think that she needs to get her last name changed? Or maybe, better off, she could still remain traditional to like the adopting your spouse's name. She just needs to seek out a male whose last name is Wingold and then get her name legally changed through marriage. Maybe that's the simpler route than just going through a proper name change. Then no one would really question her, right? If she just went out and got her name changed to Wingold, everyone would think that she's like some pompous bitch. But if she found a mate, she would be like, well, I had to do it. There's nothing else that I could do. Just gotta get the last name change. Six seconds. Someone is taking their sweet time while on break. And here we go. 120 minutes on the clock, 15 boards to play, 37 imps is the difference. And started off with a 2-spade preempt by East. I would open 2 spades on the East hand. I mean, the 4-card side major doesn't really bother me. It's mostly that my spades are so good, my hearts are so bad, and the hand feels like a preempt. So south in the blue room, I think hyper-aggressive makes a 3-diamond overcall. Wow, south in the green room also overcalls 3 diamonds. This to me is crazy. I don't understand the 3-diamond bid. This is a hand that I would just like insta-pass and not be all that concerned about it whatsoever. But both these players elect to overcall 3 diamonds. If the tiebreak was most double letters in their name, then the Cappelletti team would win. Yikes. Okay, blue room, I mean, we might be getting in a little trouble. I haven't exactly analyzed the 5-diamond contract, but that is getting doubled, and Declare is probably going to lose quite a few tricks. So a similar auction developing in the green room, 2 spades, I think an absolutely insane 3-diamond bid, and then 4 spades by West, but Emma Klesnik, I think, making a more disciplined pass of 4 spades with her hand. She has some diamond support and spade shortness, but who cares? She doesn't really expect to have a hand that can take 11 tricks. 4 spades looks pretty good. I mean, I'm sure it is. I would just be concerned that we're going for like 8 or 1100 in 5 diamonds. So 10 of hearts lead. Looks as if Declare in 4 spades is going to end up losing a heart, a diamond, and a spade. They'll probably just end up pulling 2 rounds of trumps from the top and take the diamond finesse, which they expect to be working. Now that the 10 of hearts has fallen, Declare will have no trouble in this contract making 10 tricks. So let's focus on the 5-diamond doubled contract. We got a spade lead to the ace, singleton club switch from Anum to the queen, ace, and a club ruff. Declare is going to be losing the king of diamonds as well, and the ace of hearts. And so it's looking like 800 to me. I don't think the defense is going to be able to collect more tricks because a diamond didn't come through. It would have been possible if the defense got a couple rounds of trumps on the table, but now it looks like Declare is just going to be able to rough the diamonds or rough the spade losers. You've tried to popularize the term X-pass for that diamond play. That diamond play. Wait, which diamond play? Yeah, not sure which diamond play, but no, down 5, 1100. Did I miss Did I miss a trick somewhere, or was I just wrong on the count? Oh, diamond to the king isn't really a finesse after the overcall? Got it. $11,000. It does feel like that. So that's not going to be a great result for Cappelletti in that room, despite 4 spades making. But I think just, honestly, I'm going to call it ridiculously poor decision making by South in both rooms, but Emma Kolesnik kind of fought off the urge to see her side go for a large number. Just because the opponent's preempt doesn't mean you have to bid. And my rule of thumb is generally that if we're not short in the suit they preempted, we should really avoid bidding unless we have a huge hand. West got both diamonds at the end. Wow. Oh yeah, the 10 of diamonds was getting promoted, wasn't it? Gee, so it really was 1,100 or 11,000 or even 11,000 if we want to go that far in terms of fake numbers. Well, the action doesn't stop. So in the blue room, we've gotten to a no trump doubled on the next hand. A heart by South, a spade by North, East overcalls a no trump. She has a 15 count. I mean, she's white on red. The problem being that she has so much stuff in the major suits. She's only 15, and she doesn't really have a source of tricks. I guess you could argue Queen Jack 10 fourth is a source of tricks. Did South just make a surrounding play at trick 1? South just led the 10 of spades from King 10 8, surrounding the Jack 3rd and dummy. That's actually amazing. That's kind of incredible. So now when North gets in, North will be able to play a spade to the 8, King of spades, and geez. Oh, or Declare is just going to do it for her. On him, probably not believing that that 10 of spades lead was from Honor 10 3rd. So now the defense can collect, it looks like all of the remaining tricks. North can play the 7 of spades, pitching a heart. North can then continue a low diamond back to the king. 2 more rounds of diamonds, squeeze East out of all of her stuff. And defensive squeezes are rare, but this is going to be an important under trick because, you know, the difference between 800 and 500 is a big deal. So diamond back to the Jack and King. South just needs to realize that she should continue a diamond. Partner can overtake. And the final diamond will end up squeezing East, that 9 of clubs being an important threat card. I'm a little surprised about South's pause here. And she does find it so far. So diamond pitching a heart, and another diamond. On him throws a club, but now a club to the ace. Whoa, no way! That was so fast, what is she doing? Oh, that's a big deal. This is what I'm talking about. These players need to slow down. South had done everything right, but then just didn't continue clubs. I mean, you know Declare has the heart king, right? So playing back a heart can't really help in that position. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, given that the other room stopped in 2-0, it's still going to be kind of a big deal. 500 is a worthy chunk of imps that are going to be going back towards the Cappelletti squad. But 800 would have been a lot nicer. Yeah, it could have been a carding misunderstanding. I think it Honestly, it was probably just her not spending a little time. Yeah, she's playing way too fast. Like these doubled part squares, you can earn a lot of points by collecting an extra trick. So spending just 1 or 2 more seconds, or even 10 or 15 seconds to really make sure you know what's going on. Like, I think you can just count Declare for the Heart King, and it was a 2-card end position. So we know exiting the Jack of Hearts isn't helpful. Exiting a club might work out. May as well give it a try. Whoa. Okay, this is a little bit of an interesting decision by Anam in the blue room. Pass, she elects to open only 2 spades, which I think is going to work out quite nicely for her on this hand. Maybe. Actually, now that I'm looking at the north-south cards, maybe this 2-spade opener is going to be a huge mistake. North electing not to open her hand. I mean, also West electing not to open. What is going on? North can easily balance, and I think I would balance with 3 clubs. What? I was thinking a 3-spade preempt might pass out. I mean, I'm not convinced. Maybe North should still balance over 3 spades, but 2 spades I figured would have actually allowed North to come back in. I mean, some players just look at a hand with 6 high card points and be like, I can't preempt 3 clubs, therefore I can never bid in this auction. But the vulnerability, I think, is a big factor in that. If we balance with 3 clubs, yeah, our suit's pretty bad. Maybe they double us, but we have a lot of tricks up our sleeve. We have a spade void, we also have a side 4-card suit. And so they might double us with ace, king, queen of clubs, and that could be all they end up getting. So a bit of a missed opportunity from the Cappelletti squad. We'll see how the bidding develops in the green room. Yeah, when does the bridge start? Well, we could go over and watch the seniors event. I don't know if they're going to do much better on these deals, but it does seem like something a little bit ridiculous is happening. I mean, huge result for the Cole squad in the blue room. Anam bidding and making 2 spades, collecting her club trick and 7 trump tricks. At least it's keeping you awake. That's a fair point. So a bit of a different start to the auction. A spade by East, and South with a 15 count, but no real ability to bid. Passes over spade. As Emma, I would absolutely bid 3 clubs in the second round. 2 spades making was a good save against 6 clubs. That's right. That's absolutely right. So one of the things that I think Emma has going for her, if she bids 3 clubs on the second round, is that your partner knows you bypass the ability to preempt in second seat, especially favorable. So your partner will know that you have a hand that has 2 places to play. And I think it absolutely must have hearts in addition, because with clubs and diamonds, you would have no qualms about just preempting 3 clubs in second seat. What is happening? Why are we in 2 spades at both tables? This is crazy to me. You can't just pass when you have a void in the opponent's suit. Oh, I'm losing my faith in humanity from watching these boards. You know, if we had just picked South to kibitz, we at least wouldn't be subjected to this. We wouldn't know that we had missed 6 clubs until the end of the auction. Yeah. This is wild stuff. So I think East-West in both rooms is going to be pretty happy. Like, Cappelletti might be chalking up, what is it, 14 imps for their teammates bidding and making slam in the other room, thinking that there's no way they could miss out on finding the club fit. But, all right, play continues. So I'm going to look briefly at the blue room. They're in 3 no trump. Once again, play is proceeding relatively quickly. But it looks like Declare has no trouble. She's just going to end up taking a number of club finesses through north. King of clubs is on side. So it seems like Declare is going to be taking 11 tricks and no trump. Everything's working. The spades have already been set up. Ace of diamonds is an entry to take the last club finesse, and that will collect all of the club tricks from East's hand. Yeah, exactly, scissors. Despite South switching to trumps, Declare is able to make her 8 tricks and 2 spades. Your partner once played a suit of stiff king opposite queen doubleton for 0 tricks. Did they lead the queen to the king and the ace was offside? That's one way to do it. You know, it's surprising to me that the play has been so fast, even though many of the declarers are playing out end positions like this in these events. Geez, and we see another kind of hyper-aggressive 3-spade bid. It feels really weird to me that on 2 boards ago, so Anam had 7 spades, essentially solid, 7 spades missing the king, 2 outside queens, you know, this 11 count, and elected to preempt 2 spades, but now with 6-4 and a very weak spade suit, and you know, I mean, favorable at this rate, but elects to preempt 3 spades. 3 spades double by South. This is gonna be a pretty big board because 6 hearts is gonna make unless West finds either a spade lead or a, oh my god. I was gonna say 6 hearts is gonna make unless West finds a spade lead or a diamond lead, giving partner diamond rough. 6 spades, on the other hand, appears to be making. Whoa. That's crazy. And what do we do as South? I would expect, I'm not sure if I like double, but it could work out. I'm kind of worried that 7 hearts might have just been a good save. Like, as South, I don't think we have more than 1 trick in our hand. So double, we're playing partner for a trick, right? The 6 spade bid is absolutely based on a heart void. So, I'm not sure why South believes that she's beating this. And I really don't like the heart lead. I would have led a diamond, but that also wouldn't have worked given that the opponent's diamonds are 4-1. Declare is going to need to be a little careful, but she cashes the diamond ace. I mean, I think just playing the king of spades off dummy feels good. Yeah, the hands and the players are kind of exciting. Although I might pause and make the argument that maybe the US doesn't deserve to have 2 women's teams playing in the World Championships after watching these matches. um, well, we'll see. So this is the best possible result for Cole on this board. Maybe we'll see a push, but I'm not convinced the auction is going to go the same way in the other room. Looks like we might have another potential slam-ish type hand on the following board in the blue room. 3-0 in the green room does look like is going to be a pretty comfortable spot for Declare. So we'll stick with the blue room for now in terms of following what's going on. So West opens a diamond, showing 4 or more. Okay, we finally have confirmation that that's what's going on. So East-West haven't done anything unusual other than 1 club would be the opening bid with 4-4-3-2. And I do like the fact that West has elected to tell the opponents that that's what their systemic agreement is, by just announcing the 1 diamond bid as 4 or more. So a diamond, no trump. We get a reverse into 2 spades. And East will do something that's forward going. If she has a natural 3 clubs that shows clubs and is game forcing, she'll probably do that. Most people will have some sort of, weakish bid. So East presumably could have bid 2 no's, like a Lebensal type thing. To sign off, 3 clubs, 3 no. Probably is going to end the auction. Like Queen third of hearts doesn't look like a great holding from East's perspective, so despite having a little bit extra in the way of high cards with 10 count, happy to just sign off in the no trump game. Yeah, Scissors says, missed the chance to lead the jack of hearts on that previous board against 6 spades doubled, and say that they're playing 4th best leads. We have found some very exciting opening leads. Okay, I was originally going to praise whoever it was. Maybe it was Arena. Okay, so maybe Arena still has her wits about her, but this King of Hearts lead from King third, I don't think is the way that you want to go about it. I mean, maybe South should be leading a heart anyway, which would blow the heart suit, but King from King third feels like the wrong card to lead from that holding. Like, yes, you probably want to set up hearts, but like West could easily have ace doubleton, right? So if West has ace doubleton and East has jack third, you lead the king, it goes ace, your partner's getting hooked on the next round for the queen. That's not good. So Declare has set up her club suit, probably going to try a spade finesse at some point. But that's going to be a 3rd defensive trick, and so she'll make her 3-0. But let's head back over to the green room, because now we get to see the super fun and exciting board. And I think Cappelletti is going to need to somehow duplicate the result in the other room. I was going to make a comment about South's double. I don't think double over a 3-spade opener is what you want to be doing. I think you just want to overcall 4 hearts with the South cards. Yeah, you're a little heavy. You have 9 tricks in your hand, but you need an awful lot from partner for slam, because you expect to be losing a spade trick just after the spade opening bid. So you're going to need partner to basically have the ace king of diamonds for slam to be a good spot. Over the 2-spade opener, we do see double by South. Again, I might prefer a 4-heart overcall, since 3 hearts would take care of those hands that are just like kind of mediocre, and 4 hearts would tend to show a little bit extra. but double is maybe fine. I'm still a bit worried that this auction's going to get out of control, and as south we won't really be able to show our hand. So two spades double. What is West going to do? In this position, Ali Cappelletti doesn't really have the same info that Georgia had in the other room. So Georgia was seeing a three spade opener, and opposite that, a suit of king third is so much better. Like here, when partner could have holdings such as like ace jack 10-6, you might have a spade loser. Interesting. All right, so conventionally, after the two spade opening bid, double, three spades, looks like it's showing it's alerted as a spade raise with the ace or king. So it's probably like a three spade bid that has an honor. And this way, when West now bids four spades, her partner's gonna know that she has a good hand, but additionally a hand where she would be comfortable with partner under leading the ace of spades at trick one. Useful stuff. You know, West probably expected the opponents to bid to four hearts, given what her hand looked like. And if North was the one bidding four hearts, then she could be pretty comfortable that her partner might lead a spade to her king. She could then start cashing her minor suit tricks. So Ali's done about the best she can so far in the auction. We get five hearts from North. Now South was able to kind of show her hand a little bit. She made a takeout double and then bid hearts naturally, showing a little bit extra in terms of values. And Ali does need to find a five spade bid, otherwise this is going to go really badly for her side. I would probably bid five spades. I think, I was gonna say I would probably bid five spades as like a little bit of a two-way shot. For one thing, five spades might make, but additionally, even if it doesn't, the opponents might just be making five hearts. And, well, she leads the king of clubs, which means Declare is gonna wind up with an over trick at this point. Declare can pull two rounds of trumps and knock out the diamond ace to pitch her spade loser. That might all but seal the match. I think it was going to be pretty tough regardless to come back from this deficit, but getting to six spades in two bids was certainly a piece of work from the East-West pair for the Cole team in the other room. So I guess now we gotta sit back and enjoy some very exciting bridge hands, although the winner of the match is probably no longer in any doubt, but we'll stick with it. I don't think they're mathematically eliminated yet, but 20 imps for Cole. That is more than my largest loss on Vugraph. My largest Vugraph loss was 19 imps on a board. So they've outdone themselves on this one. I think Ali was put in a bit of a tough spot, and she had just very difficult choices on the hand, but everything she did was wrong, and that never feels great. But she's got to shake it off, move on to the next board. I think this was the pretty comfortable 3-0 we saw in the other room. So we'll see if that gets duplicated over here. In the blue room on board 52, I mean, once again, they're kind of like zooming off in the play, playing fairly quickly. East-West have taken 3 defensive tricks, and it looks like Declare is down 1 and 5 spades. Overreached a little bit. I mean, nothing was friendly from Declare's perspective. The diamond hook didn't work, the spade hook didn't work, but still, maybe Declare could have avoided that mess. So another bit of a minus position for them. Well, we'll see what Anam does with this hand. Okay, she opens the diamond. I was wondering if she might find another excuse to preempt, but 1 diamond feels pretty normal. We get a spade overcall from south, and a negative double from west. North probably going to find some way to show a limit raise in spades. I have to imagine, whether that's 2 no trump or 2 diamonds. We'll have to see. It's possible that some of these players would play both 2 diamond and 2 heart cupids as spade raises, so that could distinguish between a 3 and 4 card limit raise if they wanted to use 2 no as something else. But I think it's pretty common to play 2 no trump as the 4 card limit raise here in these spots. All right, interesting decision. North elects to bid 3 diamonds, which I think most people would play as a mixed raise. Very weird with a 10 count that consists of all aces and kings, as well as some decent distribution for it. But it is going to allow North to, well, I was going to say it's going to allow North to now bid 4 spades and feel like she's pretty happy with the way she described her hand. I'm surprised that North was so conservative in the bidding on this one. Has she been conservative throughout the match? Because that would make sense, but maybe there's also this kind of like lingering fear that they've had a couple of pretty rotten results, and she's not exactly like confident about her bids anymore. Declare's taken a bit of a risky line of play. Had she just pulled trumps in 2 rounds, she would be able to set up the diamonds without risking a ruff. But looks like she did set up the diamonds and there was no ruff. Point being that, like, if hearts were not 2-2, I don't think she would make the contract anyway due to, this happening. She's getting tapped. The diamonds have been isolated. She now needs the trumps to be 2-2 to make her contract, or she would need to divine the heart position, cash 1 round, and then start playing diamonds through south. But it feels pretty natural to just go king, queen of hearts, pull trumps, run the diamond suit. So there it is, trumps have split, 4 hearts bid and made. Again, gonna be just a monster result for East-West. I think 4 spades is only down 1 because the opponents have a club trick, but you haven't been doubled in that contract yet, and East-West might actually run out to like 5 of a red suit and end up going down. So again, I would say a pretty strong result for the Cole team in that room. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the question. Is East-West playing precision in the green room? Yes, they are. They are. I think we saw that in the previous set, that Ali Cappelletti was opening a diamond with a bunch of hands that held long clubs. So strong club, East bids a no trump showing clubs, 2 clubs, apparently just kind of marking time. 3 clubs showing more clubs, and West bids 3-no, ending the auction. So we do get to the same 3-no contract. We don't get to the same King of Hearts opening lead from South. The South more normally just leads a spade against this contract. Yeah, you were sleeping, but I do recall that Ali and Joanne were playing a bit of a precision system in the previous set, I think. So that does check out. All right, well, let's head back over to the blue room. Looks like 3-no is going to pose Declare no trouble over here. At least not with the diamonds splitting the way they do. I think Declare will probably play on the diamond suit at this point because the clubs are going to be... you don't have enough entries to East's hand to set up the club suit anymore. But 2 passes to a could-be short 1 club from West. North makes a takeout double. East makes a 1 heart bid showing spades, transfers over the opponent's takeout double. And North-South get to 4 hearts. Once again, we kind of see players electing to make a double rather than just overcall their suit naturally. There's been a lot of that going around, and I guess I would say sometimes you need to do that. Like sometimes your hand is just really strong, but if you're doing it every single hand, you're probably misevaluating some of them. In this case, I don't think North gets in trouble with the takeout double. North does have an 18 count, good 5-card heart suit. The only thing that's kind of like negative about North's hand was the distribution, just 5-3-3-2. So I think I agree with the takeout double that time, rather than just overcalling 1 heart. But on to the next board. South has passed, West open 2-no, East transfers to spades. South makes a fairly aggressive lead directing double of 3 hearts, which probably isn't going to get punished. Ooh. I don't like this choice by West. Oh, never mind. I do like this choice by West. I was going to say I don't like this choice by West because I thought she was bidding 3-no naturally based on her heart cards. No. She has made a super accept with 3 spades, as long as East-West are on the same page. And we've seen them not be on the same page a couple of times before in this match. So we'll see what East does. If East knows that this is a super accept with spade support, she's just going to retransfer and end up playing in 4 spades. Looks like she does. And that will be the end of the auction. Yeah, the redouble of 3 hearts might have been tempting. I mean, if West had either a 5th heart or, you know, from South's perspective, the 9 of hearts, then I might be very tempted by a redouble. But in this case, no cost. We do see the heart opening lead, which also isn't going to make Declare all that upset. We'll have a spade loser. Queen 3rd of spades is offside. We'll have a diamond loser, the ace of diamonds, and therefore is going to need to hold her club losers to 1. The normal way to play that suit would probably be low to the 10, and then later cross back and take another finesse using the queen 9. But dummy entries are a little tight. I mean, you can rough hearts to get over there. The thing is, if you use this king of spades entry to play a spade to the jack, you're not really going to be able to play the club suit as optimally as you want to. You'll probably just have to go ace of clubs club, and then you're in a position where you need to guess the club suit. I'm not really much of a mather on these sorts of hands. I mean, I would probably spend a little time trying to figure out whether it's better to take the spade finesse or to play the clubs in a more natural way. But yeah, like here, Declare can't really afford to rough a heart, play a club to the 10. I guess maybe they can, right? As long as you're not worried about extra under tricks, you can ruff a heart, take a club finesse, ruff the last heart, and then you're out of trumps, but you can take the last club hook. Run Right Bot says plus 60 with 10 to go, so 6 imps aboard, which is normal in Australia. Anyone can still win the match from here. Possible, but I think it's unlikely at this point. Well, Declare does have the opportunity now to play club to the 10 if she chooses in this 4-spade contract. I think it's just a little weird not to do that. I don't know exactly how bad the percentage is by going club to the ace, club to the 9. Maybe we can spend a minute to work this out while Declare takes a quick pause to, I don't know, grab lunch or something. I'm not sure what she's doing. They've been playing so quickly, and now this is the moment that she pauses to think. So you pick up like King Jack 4th in the north. You also pick up King Jack 3rd in the north. You lose when north has King 3rd or Jack 3rd half the time. So I guess you lose when north has King 3rd. It's probably not that much worse than just taking 2 club hooks. So Declare does go with what I believe is the percentage play, and that ends up being 10 tricks. And the green room over here plays slowed down quite a bit, but it does seem like Declare is ending up with her 9 tricks, and she's made her contract. So 1 imp going the way of Cole on that board. Not a huge swing, but it's going to be pretty tough. I think we've seen some very strong results in the blue room as well for the Cole squad. So Cappelletti really needs to make some massive improvements if they're going to get caught back up in the match. And I don't think this board in the green room is going to help them out all that much. So this is the one where the Cappelletti squad in their room ended up getting a little bit overboard, reaching 5 spades. We'll see if Emma and Irina are able to do a little better in their room. In the blue room, we do have a bit of a fairly straightforward hand. East-West found a spade fit. East-West both have, a little bit extra on top of their normal opening bids, and so they've elected to play in 4 spades. Everything seems to be poorly placed for Declare. I mean, the King of Hearts is offside, the King of Clubs is offside, the trumps are splitting. Oh, we get a heart lead at trick 1. Everything is going poorly for Cappelletti in both rooms, really. So this match, is there any way to concede the match midway through this last segment? Because that might be something worth considering. Yeah, this hard opening lead is not going to work very well. Does Cappelletti play Baker tomorrow? They do. They will play Baker for the finals in USA2 for the women's. And maybe they're just trying to get all of their bad boards out at once. They're going to need a lot of help when they play up against the Baker squad. That is a very strong team that they're competing against. I am so confused as to what's going on some of these boards. Like, why is East caching the heart ace at trick 2? I don't get it. We really just want to be playing trumps and pulling trumps. Like, spade to the jack seems pretty automatic to me. Will I stream tomorrow? Might they get a day off like the Open? My plan tomorrow would be to cover the Open, since it's going to be the last quarters of the sorry, not Open, the seniors, since it's going to be the last quarters of play. But no, they don't get a day off. They have both teams ready to play. So the seniors, I guess Wolfson got like 2 days off. Wait, Wolfson? No, sorry. The loser of the seniors that's going on right now is going to get like a day off or 2 days off because their brackets are like offset. I don't know. It's weird depending on what number of teams entered the event. But the women's, both the semifinals and finals are concluding today. And so therefore USA2 finals will start up tomorrow. Which means there is a bit of an offset, which is I guess kind of nice for commentary, since today we get to see the last segments of play of the women's USA1 final. Then tomorrow we'll get to see the last segments of play of the senior USA1 final. And then the day after we'll get to see the women's USA2 final. So we get to watch all of the important matches as they're concluding. But my, oh my, Cole has really come out swinging today pretty hard. I forget how much they were down, but I think it was like 30 or 40 imps coming into the, well, board 61 at the start of today. The over 40 asterisk, aka over 70, beer card haters or the crazy ladies. Quite a choice. That's true. Those are the two things that will be on tomorrow. They were down a lot early. Yep. And then somehow turned it around. I wonder if part of that has been based on like some of their decisions in the bidding. Maybe whoever the, I guess Anam would probably be the captain of the Cole team. Maybe she just kind of realized that the opponents were struggling if they preempted a lot or bid a lot. And that's why we've seen some of these ridiculous, crazy auctions and bids, which have been working out for them. So I guess she was right. Bench the sponsors, then the bridge gets wild. True, true. Oh, interesting. We didn't get an explanation in the blue room. I remember the auction proceeded the same way. East opened a diamond, so this is board 53. Diamond, a spade, negative double. Here, North made the same 3 diamond bid, and this was announced as 4 card limit raise. Could be 3. We saw the same 3 diamond bid in the other room. Normally, a jump Q tends to be a mixed raise, so that's why I was a little surprised by it. But North has made a limit raise in this room. Now 4 hearts pass. Once again, I might be a little surprised if North elects to go quietly. It's true she showed her hand, but she has no wasted stuff in either of the opponent's suits. And yeah, I like this 4 spade bid a lot. As kind of like a two-way shot. And here it's going to work out nicely because even though 4 spades was going down, the opponents are going to bail her out by bidding 5 diamonds, which also goes down. But Joanne, kind of understandably, looks at her hand and says, I don't have any defense in my hand. Why would I expect to beat 4 spades? And she's kind of right. It's only the fact that both North-South's red suits are are mirrored. So they get 3 red suit tricks, and the queen jack third of clubs in partner's hand comes home. Ooh, yeah, blue room on board 58. East-west have been dealt a bit of a goulash hand. They have voids opposite each other in the black suits. And north-south are thinking, oh, we just have a particularly normal hand over here. I will say I do not like at all what East has done with her hand on this one. She opens a spade, which is perfectly fine and normal. Pass, her partner bids a no trump, and North comes in 2 clubs. Maybe a bit aggressive on the North cards, but we've seen a lot of that going around, that despite a pretty bad 5-card suit, she likes to come in vulnerable. Queen third of spades, additionally. And East is probably looking at her hand and thinking, hey, I have this club void, my hand looks pretty nice, but she's aceless, and she doesn't have a very good spade suit. Like, this is a spade suit that could easily be 3 losers opposite a small singleton if those spades break badly. So I don't really see any reason to bid more than 2 spades on the East cards. Your partner will be plenty comfortable raising you or bidding 2 no trump if she has a hand, and then you can decide what to do from there. But yeah, she gets to 3 spades. She has elected to give the opponents a heart ruff. I also don't feel great about that decision. Think it might have made a bit more sense to just try and play spades out of her own hand. She does that now. Leads the king of spades. North-south will take the ace. And this defense has gone quite poorly, but 3 spades still is slated to go down 1. They have confidently given Declare both of her diamond tricks that she was not entitled to. Oh, although I didn't even see that. The 9 of spades got promoted, so this does go down 2. Yeah, and I think Anam got very lucky that the opponents didn't really have a way to double her in 3 spades. Neither one of them had long enough trumps that they were comfortable going after it. Yeah, very nice trump promotion, with South winning that, or with North winning the 3rd round of spades, 2nd round of spades, and playing the 4th diamond throw. So good defense, ultimately. Although I think maybe you could have avoided giving Declare that 2nd diamond if you were a bit more careful. So green room, we do have another fairly large swing in the favor of Cole. We kind of noticed this 4-spade bid by Emma Klesnik, very nice. Even if she got doubled, she would have still earned herself a fair number of imps. But with East's particular hand in this auction, there's no way East was selling out to 4 spades with a favorable save that was fairly cheap. So 10 more imps. And Scissors says, beer card potential in the blue room on board 59. The long diamonds have the 7. Is that all the beer card potential needs to be? Is that when you have a long diamond suit, the 7 is part of it? So do you announce diamond suits as like 7 queen 5th? Is this 7 queen 5th, or is this queen 7 5th for you? The 7 being the more important card. Oh, you thought that 1 no all pass was possible? Got it, got it. Yeah, it could have been. West comes in 2 clubs majors, which looks like a fine choice. I mean, she was 5-4. She's not vulnerable. Looks to have some pretty decent suits over there. I don't think there's anything wrong with 2 clubs. North doubles to show some values. East bids 2 hearts, and South doubles because she has a heart trick. And how is this contract doing? Looks like North-South have 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 spades, and a heart. So that's going to be down 2 and 300. Not a bad result for north-south. I assume that's all they're getting. So south should be able to put a spade back through now. Set up partner's jack. Or the defense is not getting a spade trick, not after this play, because now declarer can go king of hearts, heart to the ace, king of diamonds pitching a spade, jack of clubs pitching a spade, and end up just going down 1. Better carding could have helped with this plan. And I think once south has found west has showed up with 2 diamonds and 2 clubs, there's no way this queen of clubs is cashing. You can't really expect the opponents to have 4-4 in the majors for this overcall. Even for players who are hyper aggressive, I don't think that's really in their range for this type of bid. 54, you say slam alert. This was the hand that we saw north-south just ended up in 4 hearts in the other room. You are correct. I'm a little surprised they didn't make 12 tricks. The only reason you make 13 or 12 is because the jack of clubs falls doubleton, so you can pitch a spade on the club 10. Yeah, north is going searching after 4 diamonds, and I think south should just bid 6 hearts at this point. Like north's 5 club cue is clearly based on a hand with good trumps that's worried about spades, and so I think south has everything. She can't bid 5 diamonds, that would suggest a void. This 4 diamonds was a splinter. And if she were to bid 5 spades, I suppose she can stop off in 5 spades. But she just bid 6 hearts. Like maybe it's technically better to bid 5 spades. Your partner could have everything and is looking for a grand, right? It could go 5 spades, partner bids 6 clubs to really indicate like strong clubs. You bid, I don't know what you do at that point, but maybe there's a way to find 7 if your partner's clubs were ace king instead of king queen and partner had the spade queen. Anyway, queen of spades opening lead. That's going to make things very easy for declare. So now, even if the jack of clubs did not fall, declare would be pretty comfortable just trying the spade finesse, which is going to work. So another big pickup, once again for Team Cole, which means they're pulling further and further ahead. How does run rate bot do when the gap just keeps increasing? Do you think run rate bot needs to take the evening off? Last board to play in the blue room, and we're about to finish the set in under an hour, it looks like. So some of these players could and should have spent a little more time thinking about some of these decisions. But with the way that East-West were running during the set, in the blue room specifically, I think it was going to be hard to stop them. They made a couple of wild and crazy bids, and it just happened to be their par contract. So 1 spade, take out double by south. No complaints about this one. West bids 2 hearts, good raise to 2 spades. North doubles, showing hearts. East bids 2 spades. South elects to bid 3 spades. Three spades is probably fine. I think I'm on board with the three spade bid. That looks good to me. So North bids four hearts, pass, pass. I mean, West is done bidding. She has said enough. And we get the singleton club lead. How is four hearts going to do? Well, they're going to get club ruff, and the club ace, and the king of hearts, because that card's offside. But I think Declare is going to be able to manage the rest from here. That is a very fast diamond switch. Diamond to the ace. I mean, partner even returned the 10 of clubs, suit preference for spades, and Anam just instantly ignores her and leads a diamond. I suspect at this point she probably knows the match is over and won, and maybe she just wants to leave and go to the bar. But it feels like you could spend a little more time if you wanted to, considering your decisions in some of these matches. And hearts are broken. Declare gets to unblock that jack of clubs. The diamonds even come home. So that will be 10 tricks. Let us jump into the last room that is playing, and as per before V8 yells at me, I will need to move my face back over here to the left so that I'm not blocking anything. So four spades in the West. This was the hand where in the other room, I guess they kind of sniffed at a slam for a second, but then elected to play four spades. Sorry, I didn't want to take your glory away by moving my face ahead of time. Next time I'll leave it for a minute. Make sure that you have a chance to get all angry and yell at me. Well, club opening lead. Yeah, they got a lead directing double. I mean, I guess West showed three cards with a maximum, but East didn't really budge over that. Club opening lead is going to make Declare's life very easy on this one. Yeah, they had a chance for three hearts redoubled. I don't know. Hey, Bridge Overlord. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. We are checking out the last set of... Oh man, do I need to copy and paste that? There we go. Done. I have a thing. I think it's a mod only command, but maybe I can either make more people mods or I can just take care of the chat myself. So last couple of boards of the women's USA1 final. Cole has all but clinched. I guess they probably are pretty close to having clinched after this board. Gonna need to pick up 24 imps a board for the last 5 boards in a row. Nice copy pasta, by the way, PJ. I can mod PJ by typing !ban. That sounds right to me. I could try that. I have only banned one chatter on the stream. And little does DT know, since I'm sure DT is still here watching the stream, that I am a huge sellout. And if DT would just like donate to the channel asking to get unbanned, I would do it immediately. No questions asked. So 5 boards to play. The other table is already finished up with about an hour to go in the segment. 1 diamond opening by West. We get a spade by East. We'll get 2 spades by West and probably the same 4 spade bid in the East. I have the feeling in the other room South made a takeout double at some point, I think. Maybe, maybe not. But Declare needs to be careful. So 4 spades making 5 in the other room is a pretty enormous result, because just looking at the north-south hands, it is very possible that they can end up taking 2 clubs, a heart, and a spade, and this might go down. Yeah, if only Run Rate Bot says that you need 20 imps aboard, which I guess you do. It's 96 over 5 boards. There was a 20 imp swing on one of the boards, but you probably can guess which team that was for. It was for the Cole team. Diamond is going to be the lead that gives the defense a chance. Although maybe the most effective play here is for Declare to duck this trick. And that could end all of the defense's hopes. Like, even if the Queen of Diamonds is with North, you can pitch 2 clubs on the Ace King of Diamonds. I don't know, I guess it's not so clear. Because if North were to win the Diamond Queen and put a club through, you don't really have time to go Ace of Clubs, unblock the diamond, pull trumps, and then pitch both your clubs. So Declare does need to think a little bit at trick 1. Okay, she likes to run the diamond around to the jack. I mean, that's not at all an obvious play, but that will make things pretty simple for her. So spade, we see the 10 from south. Declare does put in the jack, which looks pretty normal to me. North is going to win the queen. Probably switch to clubs. Nope. And goes after the heart suit. I mean, from Emma's perspective, looking at 3 small clubs and dummy, she's probably a little bit worried that they aren't really setting up a ton of club tricks, even if her partner has some. I'm still a little surprised because this Ace King of Diamonds and dummy is definitely going to pitch Declare's short suit, and that's unlikely to be hearts. So I think a club switch was probably called for there. Like, imagine if you swap Declare and South's club honors. Then a club switch would have beat the contract, whereas a heart switch might give Declare time to pull trumps and do everything she needs. Okay, why are we not cashing the spade ace? I don't understand why we're playing a heart to the ace and ruffing a heart before pulling trumps. There's just no need to be this risky. Please, ladies. So there it is. Declare will take a losing club finesse, and that's going to be the end of the hand. So despite Declare making her contract when it could possibly have gone down, still losing 1 imp for Cole. And now the match is still not quite out of reach. 24 imps aboard for 4 boards in a row would be 96 imps. They would win by 1. So our arm wrestle tiebreak is still well within reach. They're going to need to score at least 3,890 points on the East-West cards to collect 24 imps on the sand, though. Because their teammates have done well to go plus 110 in the other room. Not a tall ask. I think they can manage. Pass, pass, South opens a club. East-West just biding their time. We're about to see a 4 no trump bid by one of them. I'm sure of it. Fingers crossed. 2 spades, here it comes. Here it comes. 4 no. Oh, Allie passes. I have a feeling this might pass out and that might end the Cappelletti hopes. Well, it's official. The match is over, so Cole takes the first place seed for the US women's event. Pass is not a bid. Pass is a call. You're right. If you want to be technical about it, pass is a call, not a bid. I think double and redouble are also not bids. Those are calls. I'm less certain about that. But I do know a bunch of rule sticklers frequently yell at people who say pass is a bid. And they're wrong. Pass is a thing you do when you're over 50. I'm glad that we've established that there's cutoffs at 40-year-old, 50-year-old, and 70-year-old. Those seem to be the levels. We might just be making arbitrary age remarks at this point. Two spades looks like it's gonna do okay. That's gotta be like another typo, right? You meant to say you love us all? Or is this just like an Australian thing where like you say, "Aw, I hate you, come give me a hug"? I could see that. What really matters is whether or not you're young at heart. And I'm sure you're young at heart, V8. I feel the energy from you just coming through in the chat. I'm super excited, actually, whenever we do get around to doing our co-casting, co-commentary. It's going to be a ton of fun. Declare appears to be on her way to making two spades. The defense really can't do much to make this work or to defeat this contract, I don't think. Declare is going to be able to, eventually lead a spade towards the 10 and, pull the trumps. East only getting one spade trick. Although Declare is being a little bit iffy about all of this. Want to go to Iceland in January of 2023. Hey, if you can take me on a date to Iceland in January of this year, so like 4 months ago, I would totally do it just for the experience of traveling in time. That would be super fun. There is a bridge tournament. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I thought Iceland was a little boring, a little bit boring when I was there. I don't know. It wouldn't be my first choice of countries to go back to. I'll put it that way. Oh my, Declare has managed to go down in two spades. Less cold and probably less boring than Omaha. Well, that probably less boring is, I think, the big telltale sign that maybe we don't want to go back because, look, Omaha, that's Nebraska, right? Anywhere in like the center of the US, I don't think most people enjoy visiting. There's this like giant chunk, if you like draw a big circle approximately the size of Australia and stick it on top of the US, no one has ever been excited about going somewhere in that location. Scissors says, knew Australia was ahead of time, but didn't know there was at least a year ahead. Your brother made a YouTube about Kansas being flatter than a pancake. That seems accurate. Kansas is not known for its rolling hills, I don't believe. There's not a lot of mountains in that area, right? Like there's not a ton of like hiking trail. Well, I guess Colorado is famous for hiking. There's a lot of huge mountains, but that's because like they're pretty close to the Rockies over there. But yeah, and like the Kansas, Nebraska, Western Tennessee, Mississippi, all of that sort of stuff. If you subtracted an Australian-sized hole from the US, there wouldn't be much left. Isn't the US quite large, though? I mean, we would still have like DC, New York, Miami, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Those are all of the important places. No offense to anyone who doesn't live in one of those locations. But I think that's that feels like we would still have a lot of stuff. There's Seattle as well. Seattle, I hear, is quite nice, albeit incredibly rainy. Seattle is basically like the Ireland of America. Am I measuring in freedom units? I am. I don't know what freedom units would be in the US. I don't want to get into a large political and or social debate about some of the US's issues because I'm pretty sure I could label something as a freedom unit like X per square mile, and if we didn't include Texas, we would be losing out. But I will leave it at that. You can draw your own conclusions. So I think a much more reserved decision from Joanne Weingold in this room about what to rebid after opening a spade and hearing partner bid a no trump. Measuring things in number of Australias is more of a freedom unit than square miles. So what do we have? Approximately 1.5 freedom units in the US. What is the size of Australia? I heard that Pluto is about the size of Australia in diameter. Is that correct? The thing that used to be a planet until I graduated college is only the size of Australia? I feel like my discussion has gone way off the rails and I'm not looking at bridge anymore, which is true, but this is very important to me. How many Australias fit in America? Oh, this is a very popular question to Google. Oh, wait, you're absolutely right. The continental US is about the same size as Australia, which means that Alaska, which is like 1/4 of the US's land mass, is carrying the weight for us. US is about 1.3 freedom units. Yep. Yeah, RIP Pluto. Honestly, I liked Pluto. When I was a kid, it was like, Pluto just seemed like a cool planet, maybe because it was the same name as that Disney dog, Pluto the dog, and I was really into Disney when I was like 5. But it was like Pluto and Saturn. Those were the cool planets when you were a kid. It wasn't like Earth. No one cared about Mars. We weren't talking about colonizing Mars when I was a child. It was like, Saturn has all these rings and that looks awesome. And then there's Pluto, which is just like way out there. You have correctly guessed the auction in one of the rooms, Scissors. One no trump, all pass. So Ali Cappelletti electing not to overcall 2 hearts with her 5-4 in the majors. I could go either way. I mean, I don't hate the 2-heart overcall. My preference is probably to pass. I would rather have a bit more shape, like 5-4-3-1, a little bit of a better hand, like maybe ace 5th of hearts instead of king 5th, or 5-5. And looking like there's not going to be a beer card on this hand. Because if we were to duck a spade trick, West would win and be able to cash some hearts. Right. The Cappelletti convention does not let Allie find an overcall with her cards. Notably unrelated, albeit through marriage now, to the Cappelletti bloodline. But but no, she is not one of the original Cappellettis. So Declare is cashing out diamonds, and now if the black suits were contained in the same hand, she would be making the rest of the tricks, but there's no squeeze here with East having the clubs and West having the spades. Oh, okay, we have a miscount. We have a bit of a miscount. That 8 of clubs was in fact not a winner from Arena, but maybe she was just being cute. It's like a robot-esque play, exiting the 8 of clubs to the east so that they can play a spade to your ace at trick 13. Yeah, the timing was off, but you couldn't duck a spade to East's hand. And then again, you would have to make the argument that Declare could have played for the squeeze, so even if she had beard, she took an inferior line of play. Last board of the set, we did see North-South bidding and making 4 hearts. In the other room, here East opens a spade, we got a takeout double. Should see a similar kind of 2-heart bid. Oh, okay. Allie electing to be a little conservative. This feels a little too much conservative to me. Yeah, last board of the match. But we should see another takeout double by South here. The Scissors says over tricks are fair game at imps. For beer cards, it depends. The original writing of the rule, as far as I heard it, was that you have to take your best line of play. I mean, well, let's put it this way. Like, if you knowingly take an inferior line of play just so that you can score a beer, then you should be denied the beer. But like, if you just, took some line of play and you thought it was pretty good, and then someone comes along and is like, hey, this other line was better, and you're like, oh, I, didn't think about it or didn't see it or whatever, then you're kind of off the hook. So it's a little bit of kind of guesswork as to what the official rules on this are, but yeah, I think there's something that could be said about it. Aussie rules are the best. Well, what are the Aussie rules for beers? If you take the last trick with the 7 of diamonds, you get a beer. Is that it? There's nothing about trying to make your contract or taking good lines of play. Is that your middle name? Oh, I didn't see it. So now you've officially showed us that with Scissors is your last name. Oh, that's a nickname. So running, first name, with middle name, Scissors, last name, and then, oh, I didn't see it as the nickname. Yeah, just have to make your contract. It's a simple rule set. I don't blame you for having a simple rule set. Well, despite the other table playing so quickly and this table being more of the slow ones, they're still going to be finishing with about 30 minutes left on the round clock. In New Zealand, diamonds can even be trumps for the beer card. Wow. That's kind of crazy to me. I know we used to play, so like normal beer is any contract or a doubled diamond contract. And then double beer is a doubled contract or a redoubled diamond contract. And then obviously you can get the quad beer if you're in a redoubled normal contract. Trick 1 beer is a carton. What is a trick 1 beer? Does that mean if you claim a beer at trick 1? Or does that mean if you just win the first trick with the 7 of diamonds? That doesn't feel too difficult. That's an interesting rule, though. I wouldn't have thought of that. We see a bit of the same defense at this table. After the club ruff, diamond switch. Although, in this case, Ali Cappelletti kind of asked for a diamond return. Can't win the 7 of diamonds as a trump at trick 1. But I'm just thinking, like, I guess maybe it's not as common as I would expect. But if the opponents, like, lead a diamond away from an honor, and you happen to have a natural diamond suit, frequently the 7 might just be high, and you can win it. But maybe that's the whole point, right? Like, in Australia, your objective is mostly just going to be to give away as many beers as possible. So you've developed a system where everyone can score beers. You should be giving out some of the beers from your carton. I assume a carton is like a 6-pack or 12-pack or something. You should definitely give out some of those beers to your opponents. All right, yeah, good game to call. They will be US1 in the upcoming events in Morocco. Carton's 24, okay. So it's like a family pack. I think in the southern states in the US, it's actually called a family pack for 24 beers, which is hilarious. A slab in Aussie. Good to know the lingo. Yeah, good luck to Cappelletti. They're playing up against Baker tomorrow. I guess, is Baker the team with Lisa Berkowitz on it? I don't remember. But otherwise, I would be rooting for Ali to pull through. Really like Ali. She's definitely one of the most energetic bridge players that I know. I'll put it that way. She's a ton of fun to hang out with at tournaments, and overall just like a wonderful person. I figured I would jump back into the seniors while we watch. This match is not going to be over at the end of today, but Hammond appears to be sitting on quite a healthy lead, 63 imps. So we'll check in on the last few boards of this, and then I'll probably wrap up coverage for today. My plan, I think, is going to be to cover the last 2 segments of play for this match tomorrow. So I'll be on about the same time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time in the US. And we'll be able to follow Goodman versus Hammond to see who makes it through as USA1. On the Lovebridge site, they said that this event was only running through May 25th, but I have a hard time imagining that that's actually true, right? Because whoever loses in this match is going to have a day off tomorrow, and then they're going to have to play another match. Yeah, there's no way this ends on the 25th. Let me look at the schedule. 2023 USBCs. Senior USBC bracket. Okay, well this is like the most worthless website. Whoever coded this was clearly using generic HTML to write the website because this is horrendous to look at. The usbf.org site. Tournament schedule. Maybe this is helpful. 5 p.m. US is 7 a.m. Australia, or 7 a.m. wherever you are. So you missed the first hour. Yeah. Okay, last day of play is May 27th. Okay, yeah. So why does Lovebridge say that this event runs through the 25th? The women's event is over on the 25th. That makes sense because they're starting the final for USA2 tomorrow in the women's. But the senior event is running through the 27th. I thought Lovebridge said that... Okay, see, this is what I'm going to pull this up quickly. This is what I was looking at. I remembered this. May 1 to 25, which we're going to have 2 more days of play after that. Anyway, maybe we will be able to take a look at some of the USA2 seniors action, which is going to carry on for another couple of days. Or maybe Lovebridge's contract is just like run out. We paid them for 25 days, but couldn't afford 27. So they'll be back playing like behind actual screens, the wooden boards, and with physical cards in their hand. I don't remember any of these boards. I'm pretty sure I've done very little in terms of bridge commentary for like the past hour. So maybe I should actually look at what's going on. Okay, this is this is the spade contract here where Declare at one room in the women's event crossed to the spade king and took a spade finesse. Right, yeah, South made the lead directing double of 3 hearts in one of the rooms. And you can note that this South had multiple opportunities to double a heart bid and elected not to, which I think is more prudent. We kind of saw from, what was it, the Solway knockouts, where Finn Kolesnik and Ish Del Monte were able to play in like 2 diamonds redoubled and make an over trick on one of the boards. That it can be quite risky against very strong competition to make some of these lead directing doubles. The past hour was not bridge. Yeah, somewhat. It's, I think it's showing off a little bit that when you step back from seeing some of the best players in the world play, you're gonna start noticing a lot of mistakes. Oh yeah, and look at that. In the blue room, this was the hand where we found the 2-club major suit overcall in one of the rooms, and they got a little bit lucky with some missed defense to allow themselves to go down only 1 and 2 hearts doubled. But we've seen, I think, a couple of stronger players elect not to make the overcall showing both majors, which I think I've said again, that would probably be my preference, although I could go either way. Well, green room, there was a club lead against 4 spades. That does kind of pickle the opponent's club position. Declare now going to be confident that the jack of clubs is with North after South played the king at trick 1. So does his best to pull trumps. Club to, spade to the king, spade to the jack. And has just claimed. There's no club ruff for the defense. They'll get the ace of diamonds, but that will be the end of it. And once again in the blue room, I think there's not really going to be an opportunity for Declare to beer. East is going to win this trick, but Declare can't profitably duck a spade before cashing clubs, getting to dummy, and then running the diamond suit. So in the green room here, we did see this 4-spade contract. The blue room made it. We didn't get to see the play, but I think this is particularly interesting both for Declare and the defense if the opening lead is a diamond. And that might be a little difficult to talk ourselves into after the 1 diamond opening bid from West. But South is looking at this hand with 13 high card points. The opponents are going to bid to game. He probably expects his partner is mostly broke. So he's going to do his best to find a passive opening lead, or maybe find a lead that could allow him to beat the contract if his partner has a specific card. And to that end, I think a heart lead is probably going to be his best attempt. Where if partner has the queen of hearts, we can set up 2 tricks in the suit. It's different than the club lead, where if partner has the queen of clubs, the club suit's blocked. So we might not be able to pick up 2 club tricks before Declare gets to make discards. Well, he very quickly got off to a diamond lead. Which is a little interesting to me. It's possible that he might expect West has the ace-king of diamonds, given the way the auction's gone. The 1 diamond opener, but then subsequently the 4-spade bid. And in that case, he might just be thinking, maybe I can give partner a diamond ruff, or maybe I can lead a diamond and Declare won't figure out to take the hook, and it will be a passive opening lead choice. So I'm a little surprised, but it is a reasonable alternative. Obviously, leading a heart away from King Jack is very scary. We're playing partner for 1 specific card, the Heart Queen. This diamond gives us a little bit more flexibility. So I had mentioned a couple of possibilities. One, Declare could run this around to the Jack. And then, if the defense doesn't figure out to put clubs through, we will be able to pull trumps if they split, unblock the Jack of diamonds, and get back to dummy to cash the ace-king, pitching club losers. So that's a possibility. Or Declare might just hop up with the diamond ace and hope that one of the other suits is going to provide a discard. Not a discard. Discard is not what I meant. Without a diamond discard, just hope that the round suits are going to be more productive to his cause. But he elects to take the diamond hook at trick 1, which is going to work out quite nicely. Now he has a place for his small club. And we should see a spade to the Jack. That would be my guess. Maybe a spade to the ace. I think a spade to the ace is possible. Okay, well, a spade and South pops up with the king is going to make Declare's life a little bit easier. Because now, I don't think he needs to cross back to hand. Although maybe. South could be hopping up with the king of spades from king, queen, third. One of the things I was thinking is South's diamond lead away from the queen probably should place South with a lot of the cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if Declare just plays a heart to the ace right now, rather than taking the heart hook. He's got to be thinking about it. Because a scary scenario for Declare might be he plays a heart to the queen, it loses, and a diamond gets ruffed. Yeah, it could be singleton king. in which case North would have 2 remaining trump tricks, and then Declare would need a lot of good fortune to make the contract. But I think he's a little concerned that South might have King, Queen, 10. So if he knew the spades were 2-2, he would just like exit a trump right now, pulling trumps, and then be pretty happy. I wonder if we are going to see a heart to the ace, though. All right, he plays heart to the queen. It's not going to cost him this time. There is no diamond ruff looming. But I think this finesse was honestly like 100% marked off from the opening lead. South, with a bunch of hearts without the king, would never have chosen to lead the opponent's diamond suit away from the queen as opposed to leading a heart. So I think it feels like this might have been, just a very hopeful finesse. And now I think he's going to be quite happy when this queen of diamonds does not get ruffed. So ace of diamonds, now we can cross to the heart ace and lead a spade up. I think. So heart to the ace, spade, the trumps are going to split, he'll try the club hook, and that will be 420 in this room. Last board in the blue room, looks like something exciting is happening. Well, north-south appear to have gotten a little too high. Although maybe that's not surprising. You say they've missed a heart fit. I don't think they've missed a heart fit. But they've definitely pushed for a slam where they just don't have the stuff for it. So North made a double of 2 hearts, showing hearts. South bid 3 spades. I think we've seen this auction before. And West doubled 3 spades, fine. Maybe showing a little bit extra on top of his 2 heart bid already. North elected to bid 4 clubs, and I don't really understand 4 clubs. I mean, it was intended as a Q bid, or at least that's how South read it. And South got really excited about the 4 club bid because he's thinking, partner has the club ace, I have the club king. That has to be good news, right? But so 5 clubs got bid, doubled, North signed off in 5 hearts, and 5 hearts got doubled by East. Club to the ace. Club back. This is going to get roughed, and the king of hearts is offside, so that's going to be down 1. Yeah, I don't think I fault Bob Hammond's bids on this auction. Like, we've seen the 3 spade bid a lot from players who've reached this position in both rooms. Well, in both the women's match and in this match, and that feels pretty natural to me. We've found a heart fit, and we have a spade void with some extras. May as well look for a slam. But partner's 4 club bid on Queen Jack 3rd, I think is fairly ill-advised, especially with the 5 card spade suit. Like, he knows that partner has a spade void, but so what? You don't understand the 4 clubs? So, there are some scenarios, and I don't think this is one of them, but there are definitely some scenarios where you have a good hand, but you don't have a natural Q-bid to make. And so you elect to Q-bid like a Queen-Jack combination, kind of expecting that your partner has one of the missing honors, and that might get them to start making forward progress towards a slam. And this hand's like a little close, right? Like the Queen-Jack 3rd of clubs opposite King 4th actually does kind of fit partner's hand a little bit nicely, but they're off a few too many tricks in the other suits. I mean, the club ruff is sad for them. They didn't need to get punished by bidding to the 5 level and going down 1, But the club suit was 5-1 between the opponent's hands. Otherwise, they were going to make this contract. But yeah, I think North's hand is a little bit too weak to just kind of make this forward-going 4-club noise. You don't need to bid partners' voids for them. That's something that a lot of bridge players don't understand. And I mean, I'm sure Peter Weichsel understands this very well. He just kind of expected his hand was quite strong with the singleton diamond, ace-10, 9, 4 of hearts. But I think my evaluation of North's cards would be that we should just be content signing off in 4 hearts with our hand. We've done enough already in the auction by doubling 2 hearts to show some stuff. So Declare just kind of tiptoeing his way to probably going down 1 here. King of Hearts is eventually going to take a trick. I mean, he might try and cross-ruff the entire hand, which is going to be maybe his most effective method. You think West overbid in the green room. So West overcalled a no-trump red opposite a passed hand partner with what looks like a 14 count. Now, it is a good 14, given that Queen-Jack 4 of hearts is very likely to be 2 stoppers after the 1 heart opener. So how badly did we screw this up in East-West? Because East, with a 9 count, probably very reasonably expecting his partner to have a bit more than just the normal 15 to 17. I think we've talked about this. No-trump overcalls tend to be a little bit heavier than your no-trump openers. So North with 9, I think very reasonably just game forced. Heart lead to the king. And does South need to find something like a spade switch to beat this? Well, he switches to clubs. So how many tricks does Declare have? We can get 3 clubs, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a spade. That's 8 currently. Technically, if all the stars align, we can pick up a 3rd diamond trick. I wonder how many losers we're going to have on the way to this plan, though. Looks like we might end up losing a club, a diamond, 2 hearts, and a spade at the very least. Yeah, so East-West are going to end up going down. Oh my god, I didn't even realize the results in the other room. 1 no in the North making plus 90. It's not... You would like to say that it's a good thing when both your side... When both of your team partnerships play 1 no trump in both rooms, but I don't think it's good news when one of you plays 1 no and the other one plays 3 no. Or it's very good news, right? 3 no makes and 1 no goes down a couple, non-vulnerable. But that's not what's going on here. So, Declare gonna need to... Well, I'm not sure what Declare is gonna need to do. Leads the 10 of diamonds. I mean, the defense hasn't beaten this yet. And it's very possible that the defense might misjudge about the location of some honors, given that West has overcalled a no-trump a bit light. So Declare going about setting up his heart tricks. Looks pretty natural. Heart to the queen. Can now go ace of diamonds diamond if he wants to set up that 9 in the dummy. We can be pretty confident, I think, that North has the jack of diamonds. It might look as if North should be covering with queen 3rd, but I think there's a decent chance that Declare might have been trying to induce a cover and getting a diamond guess from the opponents. So I would be a little surprised if Declare doesn't believe that North has the queen jack of diamonds. It was a nice false card by Pratap, though. I think if he stuck in the jack, it would be very clear what was going on. Well, play has concluded in the blue room, so let's do this, and let me purposely not switch my camera until I get yelled at. So we can follow the rest of the boards in this green room over here in the seniors USA1 match. Okay, Declare likes to lead a low club towards the jack. Seems like a sensible attempt. And I think North-South are just getting their tricks a little too fast. Oh, move my face? Oh yeah, sorry. No, we're totally back on the one room perspective. Let me get that taken care of for you. There we go. Much better. Thank you for reminding me. So North-South, after winning the Queen of Clubs, do find the spade switch. They are setting up the spade suit for their side. And Declare appears to be going down some number of tricks. It seems as if he might just have to cash out at this point. If he goes about setting up hearts, his hand might get a little squeezed on the run of spades. So just taking the king 10 of clubs and the ace of diamonds might be the best Declare can do. So down 2 for East-West, and this is the Hammond team, which means they're going to be giving back 3 imps on this board. Given that their teammates did bid and make one no trump North-South the other direction. It's a little surprising to me that North-South missed a spade fit. I think we saw both teams, or both tables in the women's match just quickly bid to 2 spades on the North-South cards and collect 110. So a bit shocking that somehow they got to 1 no trump, and in this room, North-South never even found their spade fit. What were the last couple of boards? I know we saw 5 hearts doubled on the very last hand in one of the rooms, and that was Hammond and Weichsel, which means Goodman might pick up a sizable swing towards the end of this segment. Make the match at least a little bit closer going into tomorrow. This has been a fairly low-scoring match. Goodman picking up only 46 imps over currently 57 boards. And Hammond has collected 106, but we've seen a lot of the matches go to, high 200s or 300 imps for one of the teams. All right, 1 spade opening bid, pass by South. We will see a no trump by West. At least I expect. Should see a pass by North. I know we saw in one of the rooms, North came in with a 2 club overcall, which induced a 3 spade jump from East. I even think if North makes this, I would say ill-advised 2 club overcall, then East will still only be bidding 2 spades. Well, he does it, so Pratap elects to overcall 2 clubs with his hand, and he does catch a bit of a club fit. Well, South is going to have a hard time not raising clubs. I expect a 3 club bid. If not more. South is looking like this is an amazing hand. We have a 10 card club fit. I have 2 aces. The opponents have a long spade suit, so my ace of spades might be opposite shortness. Maybe South is going to do something more than just bid 3 clubs. And there it is. Uh-oh. Pratap has stuck his hand in the cookie jar and might have gotten caught here with this 2 club bid. I don't think it's a good bid for a couple of reasons. I mean, not only looking at just the offensive potential of the hand, but why do I care that I'm getting a club lead on these cards? If partner leads a diamond, I have ace 10 9 fourth. That might be good news for our side. If partner leads a heart, I might get a heart ruff. That could be okay. So I don't think that we really needed to stick in 2 clubs as like a lead director. Oh boy. 3-0 by North. Well, I mean, this contract's going to go particularly poorly. I don't know if either East or West is going to go after it. I was going to say West might. West did. Yeah, 2 clubs pushed Onum to 3 spades down 2. It did have that going for it. You're right. Although I think Onum pushed Onum to 3 spades down 2. It might not have mattered that there was a 2 club overcall. Like, we can see in this room that East, I think, made the practical choice of just rebidding 2 spades, right? You don't know if you have a spade fit, and this hand has a lot of holes in it. Queen Jack third is not a great holding. King Queen third needs a little bit of help. Spade suit needs a bit of help. Well, 3-0 doubled. I can't blame South for his choice of actions on this board. Hey, Jay Holden. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome back. North's 2 club bid, I think, really did his side in. I mean, this could be a bloodbath if East finds a heart lead. If East finds a diamond lead, I don't think it's going to be making. But it would certainly help declare his chances, being able to collect 3 diamond tricks. And not only that, get tempo on starting to set up the clubs. But yeah, this heart lead is going to be really bad for declarer. He can hold his club losers to 1, and I suspect he will. He has to know that West has a club trick from the double. Like, West wouldn't be doing this on Queen Doubleton of clubs. So I don't think he's going to cash the club ace, which means he's going to be able to like lead a low club towards the 10, or eventually win the ace of hearts and lead the 10 of clubs off dummy. Get that covered, play a low club to the 8, use the ace of spades as an entry to finish setting up the clubs. So how many tricks is declarer going to end up if he takes 4 clubs and 3 aces? Maybe it's only down 2. The defense in the meantime can collect 5 hearts and 1 club trick, so down 2 feels like the most likely result to me. Still, I mean, plus 500 versus a part score is going to be a huge win for East-West here. Holding up makes it not a bloodbath. Is that true? I mean, West has an entry with the Queen Jack of clubs, unless you're suggesting that if we duck 2 hearts, we can switch our focus to diamonds. Yeah, I guess if we duck 2 hearts, pitching clubs from our hand, and then take a diamond hook into East, we can eventually lose 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a spade. I still think we lose a club in the end position. Like, even if declare comes to 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart, and 2 spades, that's still only 7 tricks. No, it feels like we need to just set up the, like setting up the clubs is a guaranteed 7 tricks, right? Whereas taking these diamond hooks is only 7 if we're able to end play east into leading a spade away from the king, which we can. We can definitely do it. But yeah, it's starting to feel as if every line leads to 7. Well, Leclerc has to make a decision right now, right? Because he has to pitch from his hand. And yeah, as Scissor says, ditching a spade from the north hand is going to be quite scary. If West started with a stiff spade, then a spade comes through and all of these spades are set up. So we'll probably figure out what Declare's plan is, whether he pitches a club or a diamond from his hand right now. Long think. And there's still, well, 2 more boards to play after this, so look at the round clock here. 9 minutes to go, and 3 boards to play, I mean, this one included. One of these teams is going to be hit with a time penalty. I don't know which one that is, but maybe we'll find out depending on which one of them starts playing quickly. So North is elected to take, I guess, V8's plan, or line of play. Pitch clubs on the ace of hearts, just abandon that suit, set up the diamond suit. And we will eventually be end playing east, I think rather quickly, I might add, into leading a spade away from the king. So diamond to the 10 right now. East will win, probably play back a high spade. And Declare should be coming to 7 tricks this way. 2 spades, 2 diamonds, 2 clubs, and a heart. Although East is going to think it over. I mean, this, to me, this doesn't feel like a position where you should spend a lot of time thinking as East. You know that playing back the king of diamonds is not effective. Declare is just going to win the ace and unblock the jack of diamonds and then could throw you in if necessary. So no reason to give up a diamond trick. Just have to play back a spade. I mean, maybe he's thinking about the differences between playing the king or the jack here. Wait, did the round clock just jump up? Why did we suddenly get more time? I remember it being under 10 minutes just a few seconds ago. I have time traveled. This is a really long thought for what I think is effectively a very trivial play. Okay, he goes with the jack of spades. I mean, whatever. It didn't matter which one he played. But now Declare is going to be able to win the queen. And I think anything Declare does is going to result in down 2 from this point. I mean, he can't, like, exit the 7 of clubs, I don't believe. But if he cashes the ace king of clubs, ace of spades, spade, he throws East in. East will cash all the spades, lead a diamond away from the king. But he could just as effectively like set up the long diamond in his hand, which is what he's probably going to end up doing. I guess there's an argument actually that if Declare wants to try and make his contract, oh, he can't make it, but if Declare wants to try and get out for down 1, he might cross to the spade ace and take a diamond hook, and that's going to be a disaster. West has done very well to pitch a club on this trick. You know, if West had thrown a diamond, that might give away the diamond position, and Declare could get this right. So we can see Declare's best plan is like ace of diamonds, diamond. He could cash the ace king of clubs before playing a spade to the ace and trying the diamond hook, but that's also gonna result in him going down extras. Not as trivial as it seems, but I think you can probably put the pieces together. It looks like West started with queen jack 9/4 of clubs, given this club discard. You know the heart suit is 6-3 at this point. You know the spades are 7-0. Could East really have started with queen third of diamonds and opened the bidding? Like king jack 10 7th of spades, queen jack third of hearts, queen third of diamonds, club void? Maybe. It's an 8 count. It might depend on what you know about your opponents and what you've seen from them in preempts throughout the match. Definitely an important thing to pay attention to. I mean, if you're playing at these high-level competitions, you can't really just play the same way that you would as if you were playing a match point event. Like playing match points, you don't get a lot of time to feel out the opponents, but in these long team events, you can start noticing patterns in whether they preempt hyper aggressively or whether they open very aggressively, and start kind of making decisions about their play styles. Well, I would say Declare, it feels like, might be going down the wrong path. Okay, he does lead a low diamond. I was going to say now he can't really afford to go ace of diamonds, diamond, because that would lock him out of the fourth diamond in his own hand. But he leads a low one. East gets to win the king of diamonds. And, oh, 8 tricks? Is 8 tricks the right amount? 8 tricks doesn't feel like the right amount. I think I counted 7. I believe, no, claim accepted. That's incorrect. Right? Declare has taken 4 and he gets the ace 9 of diamonds and the ace of spades, but that's it. Uh-oh. Okay, claim declined. We're good. We're good. 7 tricks. Now we claim 7 tricks. Well, even with that extra 1 minute on the clock, there's still 5 minutes left in the round to play 2 hands. And I recall the last board. I mean, I know we saw north-south getting a little bit too high in the other room, but that last board had a little bit to it, both in terms of the play and in terms of the auction. There we go. 7 tricks for Declare. 9 imps to Hammond. Wait, 9 imps to Hammond? I never know who's on which team. I'm really bad at figuring this out. Okay, Goodman was the one that was in 3-0, going down 2. So Hammond has actually picked up 9 imps on that board rather than losing them. All right, board 59. 1-0 in the south. We saw this opening bid at every table. 17 count, but it's a pretty rotten 4-3-3. And most of the players in the event have elected to pass the west hand. One of the tables did show both major suits. So 1-0 all pass. This is where Scissors said beer card potential detected. But I think the play in every room was pretty similar. The timer just jumped another 3 minutes. Oh, it really did. Now we have 6 minutes remaining. I wonder why that keeps happening. I'm gonna look at the site to see if I can figure out what's going on. I still don't see any extra penalty imps that have been assessed to the Hammond squad. But I wonder if what's happening is that the 3-minute time jump is because someone has been assessed a penalty and we just haven't seen the imps come through. But yeah, currently there's no penalties associated with either team yet. Time is relative. Einstein's theory of relativity. You're right about that. Similar line of play in this room to the other room. We just see Declare banging out diamonds from the top. East will duck 2 rounds, I presume, to cut off the communications and then put a club through. And Declare will take the same line of play, cross to the spade ace, run the diamond suit, and see if anyone gets squeezed. No beer card once again. So like this is a hand where in Australia, if you wanted to play for the beer card, right, it would be totally legitimate for you to win this club switch and then duck a spade, right? And West would win and cash 2 hearts, and you could throw 2 clubs from the dummy on that trick, and then West could play a club, you pitch your spade, and then cross to the spade ace. But that would lose 2 imps, because you would give up 2 over tricks from just cashing out. So that feels to me, yeah, I mean, that feels to me like you're probably, you're probably doing something wrong if your system allows you to do that, but it seems fair. It's fair enough. More beers equals more fun. I stand by that statement. So now I'm looking at it. North-south is Goodman. Hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. We can work backwards. Hammond in the other room bid to 5 hearts and got doubled and went down 1. So as long as North-south show a bit more restraint, you know, as long as North doesn't cubid Queen Jack 3rd in some auction, you don't understand the point I was failing to make? Same. Yeah, same. We should see a little bit of a swing to Goodman on this board. A spade, double, 2 hearts. Seen it before. This is just a constructive raise to 2 spades. All the Norths have doubled in this position, showing hearts. I think East has tended to bid 2 spades here, presumably just showing like a mostly weakish type hand, the worst possible. A lot of players would play that pass might show a little extra of some kind. So 2 spades. We've seen every South in this position bid 3 spades so far. This is actually kind of nice. When one table is incredibly slow, we get to have the benefit of seeing the auctions in all of the other rooms before we get to this one. So a bit of extra insight about the way the bidding has gone. And I think I would say I agree with all these bids so far, that nothing seems out of place. Right, South is looking at the spade void and thinking, man, we could have a slam easily. I mean, partner doesn't need much, just the king of hearts and the ace of clubs. So that's probably why a 4 club bid vaulted Bob Hammond into getting to the 5 level so quickly. Now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, I'm sure that's exactly what happened. So 3 spades by South. North, I would expect to just bid 4 hearts. I don't really see what all North has that I would consider extras. One of the big issues with North's hand, I think, is he only has a 4-card trump suit. Okay, he cues 4 diamonds. I like this a lot better than 4 clubs. Because now South will say, well, diamond shortness opposite my ace, king, queen, 5th, not exactly great. It might still get them too high. Okay, South bids 5 diamonds. Yeah, so it does still get them too high. Maybe the big culprit here is North just needs to understand that his hand isn't actually all that good. I mean, he can visualize the spade void in partner's hand. The problem is that with only 4 trumps in his own hand, a spade lead might not be as good for his side as he might expect. He has to roughen the dummy, and now he won't be able to pull 3 rounds of trumps because the opponents would then run spades against him. So 5 hearts, pass, pass. We don't see a double, so this will still be a couple of imps back to Goodman, but they did not manage to keep low enough that they will be earning a plus score. Same club opening lead, we'll get a club back roughed. And then the hand's not exactly over. Right? Like you can imagine from Declare's perspective, if clubs were even 4-2 and it went club, club, and the opponents didn't rough, it's not like Declare can just pull trumps and claim. He has 5 losing spades in hand to deal with, needs to rough at least a few of them in the dummy, and can pitch a couple of them on the long diamond suit. Well, this is kind of just a failure, right? 3 clubs goes to the 7. Declare absolutely needed to dump a club on her to give himself any hope of making this. But a club comes back, it gets roughed. Now a diamond switch. I'm a little surprised that every defender has returned diamonds in this spot. I think at least some consideration should be given to tapping the dummy. But a heart finesse, another diamond, hoping that West is actually roughing this and they could beat it a second trick. But Declare does just get to rough this in hand, pull a trump, and when the trump suit splits 2-2, he will claim the rest. So 1 down, 3 imps to Goodman, and that means Hammond is going to go into tomorrow leading by 66, if I can do math. Sounds about right. She'll be more than 1 imp aboard. Run rate bot would tell me that is 1.1 imps aboard tomorrow that Goodman needs to pick up if they want to become USA1 in the Senior Bowl coming up in Morocco.